Orders of the day. Point of order, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I gave a speech when we were talking about the C-56, and after doing so, I received the Hansard emails, and there was one word that I caught off the top, so I tried to correct it using the draft blues. The draft blues had an error message on it. I tried another device, same error message.
Orders of the
called
day.
the blues, nobody answered, but I left a voicemail. And I called the emergency number, and nobody answered, so I left a voicemail. All that being said, I'm told it's too late, and it does change the meaning when the interpreter mishears a word. For example, the word hole instead of hold. We were talking about a black hole. So that really does make a difference, and it is rocket science, I understand, and that's why I want to get it right.
I thank the Honourable Member for raising this issue. It's very important for Members of Parliament's words to accurately reflect what had happened. I will assure the Honourable Member that we will follow up with Hansard staff, and that we will get back to the member directly as to what we can do for that. Thank you. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government Bills, Commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations, 2012. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie has 17 minutes for his speech. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to continue my intervention. This is a very important bill, C-58, which amends for the first time by the federal government an anti-replacement worker provision for all workers under the Canada Labour Code or under federal jurisdiction. That's 10% of the labor force of this country. So it's a very important step and a very important bill because it's historic. For generations, activists have pro-worker unionized activists have fought for this fundamental right to respect the right to strike and not to be replaced when there's a labor dispute by replacement workers, also known perhaps more frankly and more directly as scabs. So this is a big day, and I think we need to stress the importance of this step that's being taken today. And we will continue to push for this bill at committee to improve it. There are improvements to be made, obviously, but the fact that this is being tabled for the first time in history by the federal government, it's a good sign. The NDP in the past has repeatedly tabled anti-scab bills. I think almost 10 times. I myself last year tabled a bill to try to push the federal government in the right direction. So we managed to have discussions and to make progress, and now we have an interesting, a useful bill before us, a promising bill. And just to show how much this will change things for tens of thousands of people, it would have been nice to have this in the past. There are people who have suffered from and who are suffering today from the lack of such a bill, such a law. And I'm disappointed to hear organizations representing management who say that this bill is not appropriate, it's not timely, it's not needed at this juncture. At a time when there are people, even today or up until very recently, people who've been on picket lines on strike or who've been locked out, and they've seen replacement workers taking their place during the labor dispute. That has an impact. It's a psychological impact. It has an impact on the bargaining power between management and labor, and it has a very serious, very significant impact on families going through difficult periods like that. And it's not true what management is saying in Quebec, that this is not timely, that it's not needed. If you look at the situation in Sorel-Tracy, there was, I believe, a 2-year-long labor dispute, and workers were replaced by scabs. It was a small team, just a dozen workers who were replaced, and it made it take longer and made it harder to settle the dispute because the replacement workers were there and taking the pressure off the employer. And there are workers at the Port of Montreal that have been locked out for 14 months now. They were put out on the street by their own employer. And because there's no anti-replacement worker legislation that applies to them, the employer was able to replace those longshore workers, and there are replacement workers taking their place every day. They don't have the training, they don't have the skills. There have been all kinds of accidents, and it basically upsets the balance of power, the fact that replacement workers are an option. That completely undermines the bargaining power of the union. And whether this applies whether you're on strike or, as in the case of the longshore workers, when you're being locked out. And it's not even a matter of money in that case. It's a matter of work-life balance. People want more humane schedules. So the dispute is not over money. It's over working conditions. And we're not talking about things that happened 50 years ago. These are situations that are happening and unfolding this very moment. And the situation in the Port of Quebec City is it's not an exception. It's not the only dispute of the kind, and it won't be the last one. There's also a labor dispute at Videotron West in Gatineau, and there too, it's a federally regulated workplace. Because it's not a port, but we could talk about telecommunications or airports or rail. So with Videotron, it's obviously telecommunications. That falls under federal jurisdiction. And it's possible for the employer to use replacement workers. That's an option that's available to management. And so workers in Videotron West could be replaced, and that could make it very much harder to settle the dispute for those workers. And I'd like to come back to the Videotron case because it's an interesting one, because the owner of Videotron is Pierre-Carl Pelledeau, a proud Quebecer, and Quebec is the first province to have enacted anti-scab legislation way back in 1977, and Quebec was followed by BC. But if you were to respect the spirit of the Quebec law, Pierre-Carl Pelledeau should not be using replacement workers in his own business. And we'll see what happens with Videotron West or Videotron Gatineau. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to stress this point. Historically, when workers organize collectively to defend their rights and improve their working conditions, which is totally legit, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the signal. You need to have a balance of power. And for years, there was no balance of power. For example, unions were banned and they were illegal in Canada until 1872. Workers simply could not unionize. It was illegal. But it's thanks to generations of union activists that we were finally able to get better working conditions. And if you look closely, you'll see quite clearly that before there were unions, there was no middle class, really. There were big, rich company owners and then very poor workers who merely survived. They tried to get up the energy to go to work and to provide for their families. Meanwhile, the owners profited and benefited from the work of those poor workers. So it took generations of workers standing up and organizing and fighting together, uniting with a common front and demanding better working conditions, better paychecks to provide for their families, benefits as well, to get benefits. So the middle class, in fact, is a creation of the union movement. There was no middle class before there were unions. If you look back to the 1800s, there was no middle class. There were just very rich and very poor people who earned a meager existence. They barely survived, and their working conditions were terrible. So the idea was to create a balance of power so that management and labor can negotiate on an equal footing. Workers want to live in dignity, and if company owners are making profits, it's thanks to the workers. The workers do the work, they produce, and the goods and services that are sold, and that's where the profits come from. So that is how the middle class was able to extricate itself from poverty and have the possibility, all kinds of possibilities, buying a house, having benefits, getting insurance. So that is how in Quebec and in Canada and obviously in the U.S. and England and so on, that's how we were able to build a middle class. The problem is when there's no law against using replacement workers, the balance of bargaining power is completely upset. The worker needs to be able, the right to strike means that the workers have the right to say, I'm going to stop working, and that's going to impact your bottom line. That's going to impact your profitability. And that's going to make it hard for you to sell whatever it is you sell. But if production continues uninterrupted because the employer can always resort to using replacement workers, well, then the balance of negotiating power or bargaining power is completely upset. And the employer can just carry on and can basically ignore the workers on strike and say, keep it up as long as you want. That's not my problem because I'm still making money here. No problem. So it destroys the bargaining power of workers and it drags out labor disputes. The disputes are longer because the employer has no incentive to settle with the union or to concede better working conditions. And it also means that conflicts are more violent because there's more tension. Imagine the reaction of a picketer when they see busloads of scabs crossing their picket lines. The frustration and the anger grows, and we've seen this in the past. There's been violence, there's been interpersonal conflict, and it's totally understandable. So for hundreds of thousands of workers, it's important to have this federal legislation against replacement workers. It simply restores the balance of bargaining power. And Quebec has had this for a long time. 90% of the labor force in Quebec it comes under Quebec jurisdiction, and the same kind of legislation exists in BC. And you know what? The sky didn't fall as a result. the economy keeps rolling, and there's been fewer disputes, shorter disputes, and there's been less violence. So it's beneficial for all concerned. A lot of people use the expression common sense. Well, in my opinion, anti-scab legislation is pure common sense. It doesn't mean that there won't be labor disputes. It just says give workers a chance to exercise their right, their constitutional right, by the way, to strike and to have some influence at the bargaining table in order to reach a decent deal. I began working in 2002, 2 weeks after a Videotron strike, a general strike. This was 20 years ago, and I saw the impact of not having anti-scab legislation and how the use of replacement workers made the dispute drag on longer. So it was eventually settled successfully, but it was long, it was harder. The union was eventually successful. It was had to do with accreditation, part of the dispute, but in future, if we can avoid similar situations to the one we're seeing right now at Videotron Gatineau, Videotron West, and the Port of Quebec City, from now on, this will restore equal bargaining power. It's all about equity and fundamental rights that need to be defended. And I was very proud that for workers, on behalf of workers, the NDP has used our influence in Parliament. I was talking about the influence at the bargaining table, but now I'm talking about our influence in Parliament. So the NDP leader, with the minority Liberal government, was able to get this over the finish line. After years of fighting, we finally will have anti-scab legislation at the federal level. And I think this is a huge step forward, and it's a direct gain resulting from the work of the NDP caucus, my colleagues in the NDP, and the NDP leader, the member for Burnaby South. We basically forced the Liberals' hand to table this kind of legislation. This was always, the Liberals always voted against this in the past when we proposed it. But now I think they've come around, but they didn't really have a choice. We basically forced them. We used our influence. We used our clout as a caucus, and we're going to get there. We're going to get it done. There are still some issues, and I'm looking forward to this bill going to committee so that we can work on it and improve it. One of the obstacles that is significant at this point is the time before this bill enters into force. There's all the stages the bill will still have to go through, second and third reading here, and then all three readings at the Senate. But then there's also a clause that says that it will be 18 months after royal assent before this comes into force. And that's far too long, in our view. There's no real reason why the Labor Council requires 18 months to adapt to this new legislation. We think it could be shortened to 12 or even 6 months. So we're going to press that at committee. We're going to push for that 18 months to be brought down to something more reasonable. This is important for our economy, for various sectors in our economy. We want workers to have good collective agreements, good working conditions, good wages, and so on for everyone in the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm ready now to take questions.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. First of all, he talked about the union movement and all of its advantages, which is something that really touches me as the former leader of a union. I'd also like to thank the member for Bécancour, Nicolette Sorel. And the reason I'm doing that is that ever since the Bloc Québécois was founded in 1990, the Bloc Québécois has been asking for federal anti-scab legislation, and the first bill that was tabled was done by the current dean of the House. I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate him on his hard work in this area. Now my question for the member for Rosemount. There is this 18-month period before the bill receives royal assent. The leader of the Bloc Québécois has been asking that to be done before Christmas. Does the member know why this delay has been brought in? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, and I also would like to thank the member for Bécancour, Nicolette Sorel. I would like to thank him, the dean of this House, for all of the efforts that he's made in this area. He's worked so hard for anti-scab legislation, and I recognize his hard work. There is a nuance I'd like to bring to what my colleague said. The 18-month period is not before royal assent, it's after royal assent. It's the period before the bill will be brought into force. We, Mr. Speaker, do not understand why this lengthy delay is being included. In our discussions, it sounds like it's something that the Canadian Council for Labour Relations has asked for, but we think that this is far too long. And I will be very pleased to work with my colleagues and my bloc colleagues at committee to bring in an amendment to change that, because we think that it's making things drag on far too long. It would take far too long before this really affects reality, which could undermine the rights of some workers. They deserve these protections. They deserve anti-scab legislation. I will be pleased to work with my colleague and other members at committee to fix this problem.
Un commentaire de l'honorable député de l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I look at Bill C-58 as a substantial piece of legislation that will, in fact, make a wonderful difference for the labor movement, and not only the labor movement. And I think we get lost in this in the sense that I truly believe that it's in the best interest of all, whether it's labor or employers. Mr. Speaker, I genuinely believe it. Something I've been advocating for many, many years. My question to my colleague is in regards to the province of Quebec and the province of British Columbia have had it, in particular Quebec, for many years now. And if he could just, again, reinforce the benefits that those two provinces have received by having back-to-work legislation, and would ask him for his thoughts in regards to why it's important that other provincial jurisdictions follow suit now that we have two provinces and the national government moving forward on back-to-work anti-scab.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Difference between back-to-work legislation and anti-scab legislation. I'm happy that my colleague just rectified his wording at the end of his question. Monsieur le Président, effectivement,
Mr. Speaker, indeed, in Quebec and BC, this has helped us reduce labor conflict. This helps everyone, employees, employers, society. The vast majority of collective agreements, 97 or 98%, can be settled without this type of conflict. And in Quebec and BC, these labor conflicts are actually on average shorter than if there were scabs brought in. So this is good news for everyone. Quebec ultimately set an example, then BC followed that example. We now need that from the federal government. We need anti-scab legislation that will help all of society and reduce labor tensions and the duration of labor conflicts in our country.
Member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to really thank my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for his speech and his work on this issue. This is such an important piece that will help workers across the country and help all communities across the country. And as he mentioned, it's been an NDP issue for many years. I remember one of the first private members' bills I saw tabled in this House was my former colleague Corinne Trudel, who basically tabled this very similar anti-scab legislation. Unfortunately, the Liberals and Conservatives voted against it. But I'm so proud that we have used our power in this Parliament to bring it forward again through the government legislation we see here today. And my question would be, he touched on the conflict that that replacement workers often cause in communities, especially small communities where there may not be many jobs available, so there's a lot of pressure for people to take on replacement worker status. And that conflict can often escalate into violence, as he mentioned. We saw one of the classic examples is the giant mine strike of 1992, which resulted in one of the worst mass murders, I'd have to say, in Canadian history, as that conflict just escalated and eventually someone set off a bomb in the mine, killing workers. I'm just wondering if he could comment on the effect that this will have on communities across the country.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my NDP colleague for his question. Of course, we always want to avoid violence in labor conflicts, and for people to be injured or killed is unacceptable. In small communities where everyone knows each other, it's even more difficult because after the labor conflict, conditions continue being stressful. It's very hard when you see a replacement worker coming in during a strike and taking your earnings when you have to keep paying bills to pay for your home, to put food on the table for your kids. So when someone comes in and is basically stealing your earnings, it leads to a lot of anger and resentment. In a small community where everyone knows each other, it's even more difficult, and resentments may continue to flourish for years subsequently. We must avoid situations like we're seeing at the Port of Quebec City after 14 months of lockout, and we hope that this will also improve at Videotron. We've needed this kind of legislation for many years.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very glad to see this bill finally brought in. As my colleague for Repentigny said earlier, we've been waiting for this since 1990, when the member for Bécancour-Sorel brought this in 1990 for the first time. I know that this is something that both the Bloc Québécois and the NDP has been working on for a long time. I'm so glad that we agree on issues relating to labor. We generally agree. First of all, is my colleague concerned that some political parties might try to block the bill? And also, if elections are triggered early, does that mean that all of this hard work and all this time we've put in, could it all crumble at a time when we finally can see the promised land on the horizon? We have time for a short question. Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot about the answer. Well, apparently the answer just goes without saying. All right, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, our two political parties have always moved in this direction. But I think the NDP had been tabling anti-scab legislation even before the Bloc Québécois even began. Just a historical note. We hope that this will be implemented as soon as possible. I don't know when the next federal election will be. It's not under my control, but we want this to go to committee as quickly as possible. We want to improve it, and we want it to get adopted and sent to the Senate as quickly as possible. We don't want to have to start everything all over again. Tens of thousands of workers are waiting for this. We want this to be effective as quickly as possible. That is also why we are concerned about the 18-month period. I'm ready to work with all political parties. Of course, there's the official opposition, that doesn't seem too interested in doing anything about this bill. The Conservatives don't seem to want to talk about anti-replacement worker legislation, but I think if we can pass this as quickly as possible, that would be in everyone's interest.
Prise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to rise today to talk about the anti-scab legislation. You know, one needs to take a look at the last federal election on page 22 of the Liberal Party platform. You'll find a commitment that the Liberal Party, under the current leadership, towards bringing forward anti-scab legislation. And this is a fulfillment of that commitment, Mr. Speaker. And it's really encouraging when you have before us legislation that is going to have a very positive impact in our labor movement across the country, coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. In fact, what I'm hoping is that other provincial jurisdictions will take a look at what the province of British Columbia and the province of Quebec have had in place for a number of years, and now what the federal government is proposing within this legislation to bring forward anti-scab legislation and do likewise. I know my daughter, who is the MLA for the Tyndall Park riding, just through a throne speech in the province of Manitoba, encouraged the provincial New Democratic Party in Manitoba to do likewise, to bring forward anti-scab legislation, and hopefully my home province of Manitoba will in fact be the third province to bring it in, Mr. Speaker. I approach this legislation based on a number of factors. Number one, being a member of Parliament of Winnipeg's North End and a North End MLA for almost 20 years, the issue of labor has always been important, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if we take a look at some of the things that I would like to state on it, would be the fact that the general strike of 1919, which was a very historical strike for Canada as a nation. It lasted for 6 weeks, Mr. Speaker, from mid-May to the virtually the end of June. And I've had the opportunity to actually raise the 1919 general strike on several occasions. And I'd like to highlight a couple of those occasions, Mr. Speaker, because it was back in 2019 in which I attempted to get recognition of that particular strike on the floor of the House. The first thing I would quote would be that particular request, Mr. Speaker. And before I do that, I want to emphasize the 1919 strike, the boiling point of the 1919 strike, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, was over replacement workers in good part. So when you think in terms of what we are debating today, anti-scab legislation, and the fact that anti-scab legislation is to prevent replacement workers, Mr. Speaker, and that was a good part. That was a theme of the 1919 general strike in the city of Winnipeg. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go to May the 7th of 2019, where I stood up in the House from this very seat, and I asked for leave. And I quote directly myself, which kind of sounds somewhat different. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order, but first let me just recognize and appreciate the support from the member from Elmwood, Transcona. There has been discussion amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House of Commons recognize the historical significance of the Winnipeg General Strike of 1919, in particular on workers' rights, human rights, and social advocacy for over the past 100 years. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we didn't get unanimous consent in order to do that recognition, but I still thought it was an important issue to raise. Then on May the 15th, and May the 15th is a significant day, Mr. Speaker, because that's, for all intents and purposes, when the general strike of 1919 started. So again, I stood in the House at this very same spot, Mr. Speaker, and indicated that, Mr. Speaker, it was a general strike on May 15th, 1919. The call was made for all workers to put down their tools at 11 a.m. The first to strike were the female telephone workers who failed to show up for their 7 a.m. shift. Today is the 100th anniversary of the 1919 Winnipeg strike. I want to acknowledge the importance of the labor movement in Canada. Unions matter. Unions represent people who work hard, support their families, and contribute to their communities and our economy. Today, I thank those pioneers. The labor movement has been essential to promoting fairness and inclusion in our economy. Unions fight for the middle class and have been the driving force behind the exceptional progress made on behalf of women, LGBTQ workers, Indigenous workers, and workers with disabilities. When we were elected, we committed to being a real partner with Labour. We stand by that commitment, and we will keep working on behalf of the workers and Canada's middle class. Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said that back in 2019, I want to reinforce, Mr. Speaker, just how important it is. When I talk about the middle class, and I often do that on the floor of the House, it is something in which the Prime Minister has talked about even before he became the Prime Minister of Canada, supporting Canada's middle class. And one of the first actions that we had taken was to repeal labor legislation through the private members of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. And that was the member and my colleague and friend from the Kildonan riding at the time, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Labour under this government. We have worked very closely with Labour to ultimately be able to materialize on a substantial piece of legislation. And as it's been, and I appreciate the fact that the NDP and the Bloc Party are going to be supporting this legislation. I would love to see the Conservative Party realize that the economy works better when you have harmony within the labor force, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing wrong with supporting anti-scab legislation. It's in everybody's best interest, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask my Conservative colleagues across the way to recognize that fact and support the legislation. It would send a very powerful message to everyone if, in fact, we could see that take place. One does not need to say, well, this is an area that was never been explored before. As I said, the province of British Columbia has had it for many years, and the province of Quebec has had it for many more decades. And I believe that the numbers and the stats would clearly demonstrate that as the end result, we have seen more harmony in terms of labor relations in those provinces as a direct result of having anti-scab legislation, Mr. Speaker, at the very least indirectly. And I don't say that lightly because it's been attempted before. You know, I'll go back to my home province of Manitoba. You know, back in 1988 when I was first elected, there was a big labor issue that was before the chamber. And it was based on the issue of what they called final offer selection. Final offer selection was, in essence, a compromise. The Premier, Howard Pauley, years prior had made a commitment to the union movement to bring in anti-scab legislation. Well, he didn't bring in the anti-scab legislation. Instead, he brought in final offer selection as a compromise. And the final offer selection, in essence, said that the employer and the employee would give their very best offer. And then the arbitrator would have to choose one of the two. Not to mix it up or in any way, Mr. Speaker, but to choose one of the two. Well, that legislation had a sunset clause on it. And that was the closest Manitoba ever came to having anti-scab legislation. It was that compromise. And I remember the debates quite well, Mr. Speaker, because we would be going till 2 o'clock in the morning in standing committees I remember the presentations by, in particular, labor movement and the different types of businesses that were coming before the legislature, the Manitoba legislature. It was a very heated discussion that had taken place. But what people lost sight of is the bargaining table and the issue of collective bargaining. And you do not have a level playing field when an employer is allowed to bring in replacement workers, Mr. Speaker. And that became very apparent in those discussions. And that's the reason why we felt at the time, and at that time we were the official opposition, I can say, Mr. Speaker, we felt at the time that we had to fight to keep final offer selection in place in the province of Manitoba, because we knew that there was no way that we were going to be able to get the anti-scab legislation. So if we couldn't get that, then let's stick with Howard Pauly's compromise of final offer selection, Mr. Speaker. And we still, unfortunately, lost that because of a lot of political manipulation. And I suspect that Hansard back then in the Manitoba legislature will show that I was a very strong advocate for that, because I believe in, as much as possible, to strive for labor harmony, to support the collective bargaining system, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reason why it goes as far back as 1988, and you will find on labor issues, I am often standing inside the chamber, often on behalf of many of my Liberal caucus colleagues, in fact today on behalf of all my Liberal caucus colleagues, talking about how important it is to see this legislation pass, Mr. Speaker. Because you don't know what's around the horizon. Many, including myself, would like to think that we're going to be on this side for the next 10 years, but that's going to be the Canadians that are going to have to make that decision, Mr. Speaker. But for now, we have an opportunity to do something very positive for the labor force and business by getting behind this legislation. It's one of the ways in which we can actually support Canada's middle class. If you go back to the 1919 general strike of Winnipeg, it was that grouping of the middle class that were feeling stepped on, that felt so compelled, Mr. Speaker, to get engaged in that strike. And interesting enough, what brought the strike to, I would suggest, an improper conclusion was, in fact, when there was a trolley car that came across from the old City Hall, what used to be an old City Hall in the downtown on Main Street, Mr. Speaker, where there was protests that were taking place for some of the union leaders that were actually arrested. So you had strikers that were there, and a trolley car that was being used for replacement workers was actually brought forward, and it incited the workers. And that incitement ultimately led to that trolley car being turned over, the windows being smashed, and ultimately set on fire. People died as a result, Mr. Speaker, not because of being burnt or anything this year, but the actions that followed immediately after that. There's a lot to be learned by history, Mr. Speaker. And the impact of the Winnipeg general strike had a profoundly positive impact on the labor movement in Canada. Many of the social programs that we have today can be attributed to a lot of the strong labor personalities. And they came from different parties, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't have to be made a political issue. Each and every one of us can be an advocate, Supporting the labor movement is supporting Canada's middle class, Mr. Speaker. It is supporting our business community. If we learn from the past, we can recognize the value and the importance of the bargaining table and taking actions that is going to support that collective bargaining process. All one needs to do, and as I've referenced, is look at the provinces of BC and Quebec. And as I indicated, I truly believe, if not directly, indirectly, that it will provide more labor harmony for Canada as a whole. But I'm really hoping that, because when you take a look at the federal legislation, it doesn't apply for a majority. The majority would be found within the provinces and the provincial jurisdictions. And that's why what I'm hoping is that the federal legislation will embolden provincial legislatures. And that's why I highlight the province of Manitoba, because I think Manitoba is in a good position to be able to advance and bring forward legislation of this nature, because that final offer selection died long ago, Mr. Speaker. You're talking 25 plus 30 years ago when that legislation died. So I'm hoping that provinces will take a look at it and make steps, tangible steps, to in fact make it happen. Mr. Speaker, it takes away from the bargaining. Anything that takes away from the bargaining table is a bad thing. It prolongs disputes. You know, the costs are enormous to our economy, and at the end of the day, if we can have a system in place that encourages labor bargaining with employers, it is a positive thing. There's many mechanisms within the legislation itself, Mr. Speaker, that people, the Minister of Labour made reference to, and I'd like to highlight a couple of them in terms of the legislation. The legislation in regards to employers will be banned from hiring replacing workers during a strike or a lockout. That would mean, for example, Mr. Speaker, no new contractors and no members of a bargaining unit crossing the picket line. Employers could only use replacement workers to prevent threats to life, health, or safety, destruction of serious damage to property, or in fact the environment, Mr. Speaker. If a union believes their employer is in violation of the ban, they can report it to the CIRB for an investigation. There is a penalty, and it's a substantial penalty of $100,000, Mr. Speaker, per day in certain situations. You know, there is a maintenance of activities agreement, is how employers and unions agree on what work will continue during a strike or lockout. It's a truce in the midst of a dispute. There's a number of clauses within the legislation that are there to reinforce the strength of the legislation so that hopefully all members will in fact get behind Bill C-58, Mr. Speaker. I would listen to the New Democrats and to the Bloc. They have some concerns. Let's see it get to the committee stage, Mr. Speaker, and see if in fact there are some amendments that could be brought forward. This government has demonstrated in the past it's always open to good ideas, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, for those individuals that have an appreciation, the Conservative leader often likes to talk about that he's there to represent union workers. If he's genuine in his comments, then I would hope that the Conservative Party would in fact join the Bloc, the NDP, I suspect the Greens, and the Liberals or the government in voting in favor of this legislation. It would send a powerful, positive message to all, in particular our labor movement, to support this legislation in a unanimous way, Mr. Speaker. So that would be my appeal to my colleagues across the way, and hopefully, Mr. Speaker, they'll respond to that appeal in a positive fashion. And think in terms of that 1919 general strike and how it is, Mr. Speaker, that can impact some of the thinking on the whole process as we debate the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, a point of order from the member from Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we proceed to questions and comments, which I'm quite looking forward to, just wanted to raise a quick point of order that came out of the member for Winnipeg North's speech. In particular, he quoted a few occasions at length.
A little bit like debate, and the honourable member will have an opportunity to ask questions and answers, but I'll ask the member to get straight to the point about the point of order, please.
Sure. There is a question about quoting from Hansard in the record, and he quoted himself at length a few times. We know the member here is more concerned about the quantity than the quality of his words. And
so that doesn't sound like a point of order. Members are able to quote from Hansard as they wish to do so. Questions and comments. The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals have been saying that, they're standing up for unions by banning replacement workers. So if it's such a good idea, why are they not doing the same thing with their own federal public sector union employees?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is about regulating the industry. And at the end of the day, I don't have a problem in terms of comparing the labor negotiations with the federal government today and over the last number of years compared to Stephen Harper, of collective bargaining and agreements actually signed off on. Compared to Stephen Harper, it's virtually night and day.
Question, come on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. For Drummond. Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Sarnia-Lambton is in the House, and so on that note, I would like to draw a link with another bill that took a lot of work in this House. The member for Sarnia-Lambton, during this Parliament, tabled a retirement pension plan protection bill. The Bloc supported that bill, and we recognize efforts by previous members of Parliament, and that bill had unanimous support. It had the support of many parties, and this House was proud to support it. And so I'd like to connect this to anti-strike breaker legislation. The Bloc Québécois has tabled 11 bills over the years. The NDP has tabled many bills over the years. And so it would be nice if we could all be unanimous in this House in our support of workers, because allowing scabs is disrespectful towards the rights of workers in Quebec and in Canada. So here's my question for the member for Winnipeg North. Why does this bill include a provision which makes it such that the bill would only take effect a year and a half after receiving royal assent? It makes no sense to me, Mr. Speaker. All this does is extend an injustice that should have been corrected a long time ago. In fact, it shouldn't take 18 months to take effect. It should be the contrary. It should be retroactive to many years ago. What are my colleagues' thoughts? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little bit reluctant to get into an area where it's fairly detailed. The member, and as I suggested, the legislation going to committee, I'm sure the member would be able to ask some of the specifics, and if he feels that it's too long of a period, then there's always the possibility of moving an amendment. A lot of it has to do with, in terms of a lot of the background work that has been done on it. For example, the member is not necessarily aware in terms of the discussions and the debate that would have taken place amongst the labor and management groups that put that or thought that that was the best time frame to put it in. I don't know those type of details. The member might even want to consider approaching the minister directly on the issue.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
That's the one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has introduced anti-scab bill legislation, anti-scab bills, 8 times in the last 15 years. And the last time that it was put forward for a vote in 2016, the Liberals and Conservatives teamed up and voted against against us on this bill. Now, my question is, I'm hearing from workers around the fact that they are very happy to hear that the Liberals have finally seen the light, that they are understanding how the use of replacement workers has created tensions in the workplace and decreased the ability for workers to negotiate for fair working conditions. And they're wondering if you could share today, or if the member could share today, Mr. Speaker, with the workers, why did it take so long for the Liberals to see the light? And can we see the Liberals taking on more measures to protect workers moving forward?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I was being somewhat careful to make sure I didn't turn it into a partisan issue, but the members kind of invited me to do so. Let me remind the member that at the end of the day, it was a Liberal government in BC that brought it in. It was a Liberal government in the province of Quebec that brought it in. It was a Liberal commitment that was made in the last federal policy platform on page 22. As for the NDP, I was in the Manitoba legislature when Howard Pauley, the NDP premier, promised to bring in anti-scab legislation, broke that promise, and the NDP over 20 years has failed to bring in anti-scab legislation. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Just last week, my daughter, who happens to be a Liberal MLA, encouraged the NDP to bring it forward in a thrown speech in which the current government failed to do so. But I'm optimistic, Mr. Speaker, that the new premier will in fact adopt what it is that my daughter is suggesting and bring in anti-scab legislation at the provincial level. By the way, Mr. Speaker, the provincial jurisdiction impacts more workers than the federal legislation would, so I would hope that all provinces would do likewise and follow the national lead along with BC and Quebec and have anti-scab legislation.
You gotta love it when he comes with...
It being very close to 11 o'clock, we are going to suspend debate on this point, and there'll be 4 minutes and 20 seconds left for questions and comments. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 24 years ago, Mary Jane Patterson left TV production to study at the University of Waterloo, and our community is so fortunate she would go on to take the reins of a new project that would grow into a 20-person hub for environmental action and a pillar in our community, Reap Green Solutions. It was a joy to work hand in hand with her to build support for Waterloo Region's first ever climate action plan years ago, and I'm so proud of how she and others have only upped the ambition in the years since. MJ is not only a friend and a visionary leader, but a mentor to myself and so many in our community. Now, as she gets set to retire, our community is coming together to say thank you for her steadfast leadership and unwavering commitment to give thousands of folks the tools they need to take action, including the gem that is the REAP Home for Sustainable Living. Congrats, MJ, to you, and also to Patrick Gilbride, incoming Executive Director at REAP. I can't think of a better choice to build on the incredible foundation that MJ has laid.
The Honourable Member from Cloverdale Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On July 1st, 2020, the Guru Nanak Food Bank was born, serving residents of Surrey and Delta in BC. Under the banner, Recognize All Human Race as One, the Guru Nanak Food Bank provides essential food and assistance to those in need. The food bank is assisted by 69 youth volunteers aged 9 to 17 who collectively contributed a staggering 11,569 hours of volunteer work during the summer break. Guru Nanak Food Bank serves 16,000 people monthly, accounting for 320,000 pounds of food. The day before I recently met with the board, they received and distributed over 55,000 pounds of bananas to the community in just one day. Guru Nanak Food Bank takes pride in providing these services to our community. These are among the many reasons I strongly support the Guru Nanak Food Bank and their application for BC Food Bank membership. I'm proud of the progress they've made over the last 3 years. I look forward to continuing my support for this fantastic organization. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Regina, Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After a long absence, daily nonstop flights will once again connect Regina to a major U.S. hub. Last Monday, the Regina International Airport announced that WestJet will be offering daily round-trip flights between Regina and Minneapolis. This investment is a demonstration of confidence in southern Saskatchewan, including our airport, our city, and our province. And it's a fitting chapter to the comeback story of the Regina International Airport, which in the spring of 2020 went several days with no flights of any kind, international or domestic. To James Bogus, CEO of the Regina International Airport, Jared McCosh-Gerke, Director of Alliances and Airport Affairs at WestJet, and everyone who made Monday's announcement possible, thank you and congratulations.
Hear, hear.
And I'm not done, guys. Oh. And to the traveling public in Regina and southern Saskatchewan who would like to fly to a major U.S. hub, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Hear.
The honourable member from Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the Kiwanis Club of Sydney on the celebration of their 100th anniversary. Chartered in November of 1923, they're one of the oldest Kiwanis clubs in Canada and have been a core part of the community for a century. Their impacts can be seen all throughout Sydney, from the first library, first seniors housing, the donation of the first handy trans bus. They built the Kiwanis Pool, Wentworth Park band shell, and played an important role in developing the first ever Little League Baseball League. Mr. Speaker, the Kiwanis Club has supported the Salvation Army, Cape Breton Boys and Girls Clubs, elementary school buddy benches, Hawks Dreams Fields, Cantley Village, accessible play parks, peer-to-peer outreach program, and yearly high school scholarship, and that's just to name just some of their work over those 100 years. I'd ask all members of the House join me in offering congratulations to the Kiwanis Club on 100 years of incredible work in Sydney, Victoria.
The honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of Canadians believe they should have the right to live in a clean, healthy environment. And this government believes that too, as it voted in favour of a United Nations motion that enshrined that right around the world. But we don't have that right in law throughout Canada. Some provinces have enshrined that right in legislation, and this federal government put it in the new Canada Environmental Protection Act, but there it is restricted to the narrow confines of that act. I've introduced Bill C-219, the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights, that would extend the right to live in a clean and ecologically sustainable environment to all federal legislation. It improves on existing laws by providing accountability measures to make sure governments live up to their legal promises. And it's constitutional because it acts only through existing federal legislation. So I call on all members here to support all Canadians and enshrine the right to live in a clean environment by voting for Bill C-219.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was with great pleasure that I visited Défi Polytech, an adapted and social economy enterprise in Sherbrooke. General Manager Steve Breton places his employees at the heart of his actions, offering them a training program, professional development opportunities, and a bright, safe environment adapted to their functional limitations. For decades, this company has specialized in industrial subcontracting and has positioned itself, among other things, as a key player in appliance recovery, promoting the concepts of the circular economy. Everything is recovered or reused. For example, their fan repair project, collected from the city's eco-centers, has enabled them to put 800 fans back on the market and recycle some of their materials. But what's most remarkable is the smiles on workers' faces. It confirms their well-being, their pride, and their attachment to this workplace where they can flourish with respect and develop their full potential.
The honourable member from Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the wonderful service performed by the Christmas Bureau of Edmonton. The Christmas Bureau of Edmonton started as a wartime effort in 1940 when neighbours put food hampers together, often from their own near-barrack cupboards, to support military families during the holidays. Over the past 80 years, the needs have changed, but the spirit remains the same: neighbours helping neighbours. The purpose of the Christmas Bureau is simple: to bring Christmas joy to those in need. Last year, they saw the full effects of the cost of living crisis as the need for Christmas Bureau hampers increased by 65%. but the Bureau rose to the occasion and served over 60,000 Edmontonians last year. I want to send a special thank you to Barb, Adam, and Oilers legend Kevin Lowe, and so many others for helping the Christmas Bureau serve those in need. Your service and dedication is truly commendable and certainly more proof why Edmonton is known as the City of Champions. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Going to the Fine Arts and Crafts Holiday Market at the DDO Civic Centre, I had the pleasure of meeting Zach Reisman. Zach is a talented artist. Zach est un jeune adulte autiste dans
Zach is a young adult with autism in my writing of Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Have operated Zach Designs. Their small business sells hand-illustrated greeting cards around the world. His cards are for every occasion, including Christmas and Hanukkah. They are a true work of art, and they are also cherished by our community. You can find Zach's cards at zachdesigns.ca. Through his small business, Zach not only earns a living, but also donates 10% of his sales to the Liam Foundation. The foundation raises funds for mitochondrial disease awareness and research. Zach, I'm truly impressed by you, your art and your talent. Laurie, I'm truly moved by your perseverance and support of your son. À l'approche du temps de fête.
As the holidays approach, let's support Zach by purchasing his beautiful cards. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge champions who run 'Twas a Bite Before Christmas Foundation. 15 years ago, leaders in Mississauga came together to make a real difference in fighting hunger, feeding hope, and empowering people. 'Twas a Bite runs multiple events throughout the year, including the annual holiday turkey drive that provides truckloads of frozen turkeys to local food banks. It all culminates in 'Twas a Bite Before Christmas dinner happening on December 5th this year. We're grateful to many individuals like Dan Meadowcroft who brought our community together in a common cause to help one another. They include church groups, businesses, and like-minded people who care about their neighbors. Since its inception, more than $1 million has been raised to help families in need during the holiday season. We especially appreciate the inspiration of Slavia Basilis and her tremendous team in continuing this generous work. Thank you to all the volunteers and donors for their dedication and kindness.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Women don't feel safe on our streets. We're always hypervigilant. In the last 8 years under this Prime Minister, the number of sexual assaults has risen by 71%. But there is help. I'd like to salute the Women's Centre in Bellechasse, which does outstanding work in my community. I'd also like to highlight the work of Conservative Senator Boisvenu, who is sponsoring a bill to allow electronic bracelets to be worn by violent spouses awaiting trial. At the Status of Women Committee, courageous survivors implored us to pass this bill. The Conservative Party supports this tool to protect the freedom of victims of violence who dare to speak out. And that's the most powerful message of all. A world where women are free from violence is a world where women are free. That's what we wish for each and every one of us.
The Honourable Member from Hamilton Mountain.
Last week I had the pleasure of meeting with a 15-year-old Hamilton Mountain constituent who highlighted the importance of the Pan Am Games, which are wrapping up in Chile this weekend. Charlotte McElroy has been playing wheelchair basketball since she was 6. She trains more than 15 hours a week to excel at the sport she adores. Last month she competed with authority at the Under-25 World Championships in Thailand, motivated and inspired by her teammates, who became like sisters during the tournament. Shortly after, she hit her first three-pointer. And let me tell you, this sport and these athletes are tough. Charlotte tells me wheelchair basketball is aggressive, high contact, and fast. She says it's so cool to see what people can do with a wheelchair. Charlotte learned by watching her idols, like Hamilton-born wheelchair basketball star Melanie Houghton. And I expect one day soon we'll be cheering for Charlotte, living her dream and taking on the world as a Canadian Paralympian. Go, Charlotte, go!
The Honourable Member from Calgary Heritage.
For Ukrainians fighting a fierce winter Russian offensive, hope dies last. Canada's Conservatives unequivocally support Ukraine. But you know what doesn't help? NDP Liberals putting a carbon tax in their trade agreement right there in Section 13. A carbon tax on the concrete and steel, $300 billion worth of infrastructure that Ukraine needs to rebuild. From this Prime Minister, the same man that betrayed Ukraine and sent emissaries to be best friends with Vladimir Putin, betrayed Ukraine and refused to let Canadian gas break European dependence on Putin, betrayed Ukraine and supplied Putin a turbine to fund his war machine.
That's right.
Conservatives will deliver the deal that Ukrainians want, that their ambassadors told Canadians last night. Not for taxes, but for defense production. Not for taxes, but for energy partnerships. By advancing taxes over victory, they put their partisan interests over the national interests of Canadians and Ukrainians. We will never back down, never give in, never surrender. Conservatives will always stand for Ukraine.
Yes.
Hear, 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 hear. The honourable member from Portage Lisker.
Minister's mini budget, prices are up, rent is up, debt is up, and taxes are up. And the time for this Prime Minister is up. He's doubled down on his plan to quadruple the carbon tax on gas, groceries, and home heating. Conservatives are the only party working to actually lower taxes for Canadians. And this is exactly what Bill C-234 will help accomplish. It will create another carbon tax carve-out by removing the carbon tax from Canadian farmers. This bill will help lower prices in Canada because when you tax the farmer who grows the food and tax the trucker who ships the food, groceries cost more. And an added bonus for Canadians is that the Prime Minister's activist Environment Minister has promised to resign if the bill passes. Will the Prime Minister instruct his Liberal senators to put Canadians before his Environment Minister and pass Bill C-234 so we can leave $1 billion in the pockets of our hardworking farmers and Canadian families can afford to feed themselves?
L'honorable député d'Argenteuil.
The honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Mr. Speaker, affordability is a current issue, and investing in the middle class and housing is at the heart of our approach to this. Affordability is essential in all aspects of life, whether it's housing, education, healthcare. Affordability creates equitable opportunities. A society where goods and services are affordable promotes inclusion and reduces inequality. By ensuring everyone has access to decent living conditions, we build a stronger, more cohesive community. Affordability isn't just an economic issue. It's also one of social justice. Investing in policies that promote affordability helps build a future where everyone can prosper, regardless of their financial means. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The Nanaimo Clippers Junior A hockey team in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith has been on fire. Not only are they playing hard and climbing up the leaderboard, but the talented team has been going above and beyond to engage with the community.
Hear, hear.
It was a great evening on November the 10th when I was able to not only join in the fun of watching the Clippers win yet another game, but also had the opportunity to do so along the crew of the HMCS Nanaimo, honoring all those dedicated to service, including veterans, military personnel, and first responders. The Nanaimo Clippers recently also welcomed 1,900 Nanaimo Ladysmith Public School students for the team's first ever school day game. For many of these students, it was their first time attending a hockey game, and the Clippers did not disappoint. From visiting schools to showing off their skills on the ice, Nanaimo is so fortunate to have this dedicated team representing our community. I hope you will join me today in cheering on this amazing team. Go Clippers, go!
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing human beings can't do, it's erase pages from history. If we could, we'd rewrite large chunks of it. Like the horror experienced by the Ukrainian people under the yoke of the USSR in the winter of 1932-33, when dictator Stalin knowingly cut off food supplies to the entire country, with the aim of annihilating the population through famine. Genocide, Mr. Speaker, genocide with all the horror that word carries. A genocide called the Holodomor. Millions of Ukrainians died, families and entire villages. Survivors bore the scars of the horrors they'd lived through and passed on the knowledge of the Holodomor to their descendants so that generations that followed would ensure history never repeated itself. And yet history is repeating itself right now in Ukraine. More than ever, Ukraine's allies must show solidarity and support the Ukrainian people. We have no right to let history repeat itself. We don't need another Holodomor. Slava Ukraini.
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Here, here. Mr. Speaker, what do grocery prices, tax, rents, and mortgage costs all have in common? They are all up and away after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government. This week, in his mini-budget, the Prime Minister has shown that he is not worth the cost. Our estimated public debt costs have skyrocketed to over $52 billion next year. That essentially equals the budget for the entire health transfer. But why? Food bank lineups are longer, and unless you are a Liberal insider, life has never been less affordable. This Prime Minister once pledged that he was working for the middle class and those wanting to join it. After 8 long years, the middle class can no longer afford to be the middle class because this Prime Minister has made it too expensive. Absolutely. The proof is not in the pudding, Mr. Speaker, but in the eating. And right now, 7 million Canadians are skipping meals to save money. They know that under this Prime Minister, he plans to continue to spend, and thus they will continue to pay through higher debt, taxes, and suffering. Mr. Speaker, time's up for this Prime Minister.
The honourable member from Fredericton.
Speaker, Monday marked the annual Transgender Day of Remembrance, a day to mourn the lives lost to transphobia and violence, and to reflect on the conditions in our society that continue to allow trans and gender diverse individuals to face a significantly higher risk of violent victimization. In 2023 alone, at least 320 trans and gender diverse people were murdered. 94% were trans women or trans feminine people. 80% were racialized people. Since 2008, when this data began to be collected, there have been more than 4,600 murders of trans and gender diverse peoples. The data is clear. Trans lives are under attack. The recent rise we have seen in anti-trans rhetoric, prompted by highly organized and well-funded right-wing hate groups, is to blame for this inexcusable violence. This year in the U.S. alone, 586 bills have been targeted at the trans community. The trend has already begun creeping its way into our communities, starting with my own province. Canada cannot stand by and allow this hateful movement to continue to spread and gain power, which is why I'm joining in the calls of activists like Faye Johnstone to urge our government to implement the recommendations from the White Paper on the status of trans and gender diverse peoples. Trans lives matter.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock.
Breaking news, Mr. Speaker. Rent spiked in October at the highest rate in 40 years. Rents up, taxes up, prices up, interest rates up. This Prime Minister's reckless spending is causing pain. Scotiabank says mortgage rates would be 2 full percentage points lower if the government would just control its spending. Canadians are at risk of losing their homes when they renew their mortgages. 2% is the difference between making it and breaking them. Will the Prime Minister end his reckless spending so that Canadians can keep their homes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The honourable member, Mr. Speaker, wishes to talk about Canadians keeping their homes. Let's look at the Conservative record on housing. When the now opposition leader was the so-called Minister of Housing, $300 million were allocated towards housing. How many homes were built? Less than 100, Mr. Speaker. Wow. The record speaks for itself. Across the country, we've signed deals with many municipalities: Kelowna, London, Hamilton, Halifax, Calgary. The list continues. We're going to continue to work with municipalities, with partners across the way, to make sure that we get homes built. This is an obligation, and we are up to the task.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, photo ops don't build homes. And when our leader was not the so-called minister, he was the minister, rent was lower, down payments were lower, housing was lower, It was a much more affordable place 8 years ago than it is today in Canada. Here at home, at a time when Canadians are struggling with the cost of everything, the Prime Minister wants to quadruple the carbon tax. He's just not worth the cost. Will he show some compassion and cancel the NDP Liberals' cruel plan to quadruple the carbon tax on the back of struggling Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
In a week where that party has been exposed for what they are, that is, a party that does not stand in alignment with the principles of freedom. They've turned their back on the Ukrainian diaspora and on Ukrainians. It's hard to take anything that side has to say seriously today. But on the matter of housing, Mr. Speaker, $46 billion has been allocated towards housing. And the result is that 2 million Canadians have been housed, they've had homes built, they've had homes repaired, and homes subsidized, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue this work.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, this is the government that sent turbines to Putin so he can pump natural gas into Europe and fund his war machine. We should end dollars for dictators and turn them into paychecks for our people. The Prime Minister gave $15 billion to Stellantis in Windsor without protecting Canadian jobs. $15 billion being used to bring up to 1,600 foreign replacement workers. Let's see the contract. Let's see the details. Will the Prime Minister release the contract? Let Canadian workers see for themselves how many jobs are going to foreign replacement workers.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what's becoming clearer and clearer every day is that the Conservative leader of today is just not worth the risk. Quite frankly, the far-right element of Canada is actually taking over the Conservative Party today. We saw that, Mr. Speaker, in the actions of all Conservative members voting against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. Completely amazing, Mr. Speaker. It shows a lack of leadership. The leader of the Conservative Party is moving it far to the right. Inexcusable, Mr. Speaker, and shame on every Conservative member for joining with...
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, these budget projections that only a contortionist could appreciate. That's a quote from Desjardins about this mini budget. This Prime Minister has lost all fiscal credibility. Next year, we will be paying $51 billion to service the debt. That's double the amount we're using for national defense and as much as our health transfers. It shows that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Will the Liberals show some common sense, balance their budget, and help Canadians balance their own budget and be able to put food on the table? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, for those watching us at home this Friday, they know that these Conservatives are just not worth the risk. There is something that's going up here, and that's foreign investment in the country. But the Conservatives don't want to talk about that. Canada is now third in the entire world in attracting foreign investment after the U.S. and Brazil. We have received record investment in the auto sector, the mining sector, in batteries, steel, aluminum. Mr. Speaker, we will continue fighting to make sure that Canada joins the economy of the 21st century. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, my colleague should fight more for Canadians. Does he want numbers? Well, we have the fastest inflation in 40 years. 2 million people, a record number, going to food bags in 1 month. Housing costs doubled. Mortgages have increased by 150%. Deposits to buy a house have doubled. Housing overall is 50 to 75% higher in Canada than the U.S. This government should be ashamed. All experts agree. Liberal spending has made costs go up. When will this government finally tell us when they will return to an accountable, balanced budget? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, what people want in this country, what they need is leadership, and that's what we showed in our mini budget. Canadians told us two specific things. help us with affordability and help us with housing. And that's exactly what we're doing with a mini budget, Mr. Speaker. And what's more, we have announced the biggest reform in 30 years of the Competition Act, because in this country we want less consolidation, more competition, better prices for Canadians. We will continue fighting for Canadians every day. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean, Mr. Speaker, the federal government must give to Quebec the $460 million that it has spent to help asylum seekers. This is an area of federal jurisdiction. Quebec is doing much more than its fair share, and now the federal government must do its own work to help with the situation. And not only did the Minister of Immigration refuse, but he actually had the arrogance to claim that too much money had been given to Quebec. He even said that he might be sending the bill to Quebec. Instead of picking fights like this, why doesn't the minister go get his checkbook out so that we can actually help asylum seekers? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Mr. Specker, what I said publicly yesterday is that we need to sit down with Quebec, with our respective finance ministers, so we put all our cards on the table. If we add up all of the excess sums that we included in the Canada-Quebec agreement, we'd see that actually Quebec would be the one receiving the bill. But that's something that I really hesitate to do in public. I'd much prefer to discuss it privately with my colleagues from Quebec, because we want to work together for immigrants and asylum seekers. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the minister spoke about excess monies. Has he ever even met an asylum seeker or an organization that supports them? Because on the ground, no one is going to say that there's too much money for asylum seekers. It's not a matter of too much money. These people don't even have the right to work because they're not getting permits from the federal government. You can't start talking about too much money when people are sleeping in tents during the winter. There's not too much money. There's too much petty politics on the backs of vulnerable people. When will the minister stop playing politics and give the money to Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Well, petty politics, Mr. Speaker, is to presume that this is a one-way relationship. No, it takes two to tango. Very clearly, this is an area of shared jurisdiction, and that's what we're trying to do here. With the Canada-Quebec agreement, Quebec has the responsibility and duty to welcome asylum seekers. We can work together. The Bloc Québécois and their friends in the National Assembly who seems to be sending them questions, they're taking a reductionistic approach. I'm asking them to sit down with us. We can all work together. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Mr. Speaker, a 30-year-old from Sherbrooke isn't able to find affordable housing, and so Alexandre will be spending his first winter in the streets. This is a new wave of homelessness, according to the Sherbrooke Renters Association. Between Liberal and Conservative governments, Canada has lost 1 million affordable housing units over the last 17 years. People need to have homes today, not in 2 years. When will the Liberals finally take action and build social housing? People need that now.
Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Oui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's true. There's a housing crisis in our country. Our government's approach is an example of cooperation.
Across the way that actually want to do something on housing, cooperation with provinces, cooperation with municipalities, and the not-for-profit sector. To take an example, the National Housing Strategy is getting people housed. Thousands of people across the country who did not have a home now, who were homeless, are now able to access the wraparound supports they need in order to have something better. We have more work to do. We're going to get it done. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Pretty words like that do not put a roof over the head of the thousands of Canadians that are sleeping out in the streets of our country tonight. And seniors are there too, Mr. Speaker. A retired couple in Holyrood, Newfoundland, with teachers' pensions, were just forced to sell their home. They spent their whole lives working to teach our kids, but they can't afford to live there anymore. Food price gouging is hurting them badly, and their pension can't keep up. Will the Liberals support the NDP's plan to lower food prices by stopping price gouging, to give seniors like them a needed break now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that we do have the NDP's support on Bill C-56, and as you know, there are competition measures in that will hold grocery chains to account. on the question of housing, the more we build, the more we ensure that costs come down. And I have good news for the member. Right across the country, we see residential construction up. In Manitoba, it's up 34%. In Saskatchewan, 25%. In New Brunswick, 23%. Alberta, 11%. Newfoundland, 10%. Quebec, 9%. In my province of Ontario, 7%. It is working. We have a plan. We're going to get it done, as I said, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Rent is up. Interest rates are up. Mortgages are up. Groceries are up. Taxes are up. Debt is up. And Canadians are fed up. Bank of Canada Governor, Scotiabank economists are all sounding the alarm bell. This NDP Liberal government's massive borrowing is making everything more expensive for Canadians. With 2 million people using food banks now, we know this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. So when will he stop the inflationary borrowing that is hurting so many Canadian families?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
What's up, Mr. Speaker? Well, let me tell you what's up. What's up is jobs are up, foreign direct investment is up, home building is up, support for Canadian families is up, women's labour market participation is up. Let me tell you what's down, Mr. Speaker. What's down is inflation is down, food prices are down, unemployment is at a historic low, and the cost of childcare is down, and Canada has the lowest deficit and net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Conservatives want to cut and move to austerity, while we continue to invest in Canadians.
The honourable member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, housing starts are actually down in Canada, so I don't know what fiction that member is listening to. Perhaps it's the Minister of Finance who thinks that the dream of home ownership has never been so good in this country. This NDP Liberal government will spend more on interest on the debt next year than on health care. So my question is simple. When will the Prime Minister stop abusing the national credit card, cancel his $20 billion in extra inflationary spending and borrowing, balance the budget, bring down interest rates so that Canadians can afford to live in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize that Conservatives want to try and claim that we're fiscally irresponsible. What I say is irresponsible is downplaying our economy when we're faring better than any G7 country in the world. What is irresponsible is voting against the Canada-Ukraine free trade agreement and abandoning Ukrainians in their time of need. What's irresponsible is calling an incident at the border a terrorist attack without having the facts. You know what that shows? That shows a lack of judgment. It shows risky and reckless behavior. And, well, that's all I've got to say.
The honourable member. The honourable member from Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After 8 long years of this Liberal government, Canadians by the millions are depending today on food banks. Yet on Tuesday, this NDP Liberal government released its mini-budget, adding another $20 billion in inflationary spending. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will this government cut the line of credit so Canadians can afford to eat, heat, and keep a roof over their heads?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, while our government has stayed steadfast in our commitment to support Canadians with affordability challenges, evidenced by Budget 2023 and now the fall economic statement, we've seen the Conservatives this week flip-flop multiple times and showcase their risky and reckless behavior and judgment. They say they're committed to supporting Ukraine, but then they abandon them in their time of need. We also have seen Conservatives stand up and oppose the Affordability Act, and yet last night they all stood up and voted for it. So why don't they come clean and let Canadians know where they stand?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That member should know that Conservatives actually were the ones to successfully negotiate the current Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. And a common-sense Conservative government would modernize the existing agreement without this expensive Liberal carbon tax. Ukraine does not need this woke agenda. This Prime Minister has added more debt than the previous 22 prime ministers combined. When will he put the checkbook away?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we hear more and more that the leader of the Conservative Party is just not worth the risk. The bottom line is that the Conservatives might have supported the free trade agreement with Canada and Ukraine years ago, but just the other day, every one of them, with the leader of the Conservative Party leading the pack, voted against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. There is no way they can get out of that fact, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality. You have betrayed Ukraine, and it's shameful in terms of what you have conducted yourselves in the last couple of days.
I would like to remind all members, of course, that comments are brought through the chair.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Gichemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 8 years, this Prime Minister has added billions of dollars to the debt, more than all 22 previous Prime Ministers. Just imagine, next year he will spend more money to service his debt than on the health transfers to the provinces. It's very clear that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Why are the Liberals refusing to present a plan for a balanced budget to lower interest rates and inflation, as we've been asking?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader has called our plan disgusting, yet he's hiding his cuts from Canadians. What would the Conservative leader cut? Would he cut EV factories for Windsor, St. Thomas, and Quebec? Would he cut CCUS investment tax credits for projects in Alberta? Would he cut clean hydrogen investment tax credits for projects in Newfoundland? Mr. Speaker, our government is delivering an economic plan which is balanced and fiscally responsible. Conservatives should come clean with Canadians and let us know where they're going to cut.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Gichemins-Lévis. Well, Liberals have been talking about their waste all day, but the numbers are clear. 2 million Canadians are going to food banks every month. A family of 4 will have to spend $1,065 more this year for groceries. Students are having to sleep in shelters. Mortgage payments have doubled, and all of this mess bears the mark of this Prime Minister, who is not worth the cost. Will he at least have the decency and humility to admit that it is because of his inflationary spending that our country is in a deplorable situation, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's question, and I even have an idea for her. If she is so worried about affordability, Mr. Speaker, well, Christmas is coming up. Maybe she should give Canadians a present. She should vote in favor of Bill C-56. Why? Because in Bill C-56, we will reform our competition system, which is a reform we've needed for 30 years. We'll have less consolidation, more competition, better prices. She should convince all of her colleagues to move this bill forward to help Canadians for Christmas. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, less than a month ago, Quebecor announced that 547 jobs would be eliminated. That's a third of its workers. But that doesn't seem to bother the Minister of Heritage at all. Nothing in the economic statement, not a single penny for RTV and radio. This crisis in the media is a democratic crisis. Our access to information is being threatened, especially in our rural regions. Our culture and our sense of belonging is also being threatened, but the minister is not doing anything. Why? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague on the fact that the media is in a crisis. That is why we've been there from the beginning. We've created new programs to support our information media. We modernized the Broadcasting Act. I'm sorry. I will just ask the minister to start over. Can I ask members on both sides to stop having discussions between themselves? It makes it hard to hear the answer. It's hard for me to hear, and I can't imagine that the member for Drummond, who's at the back of the room, will be able to hear it. Please go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, our government has been there since it came to power in 2015 to help the cultural sector, to help it face the crises and disruption brought by foreign platforms into our market. That's why we modernized the Broadcasting Act, and the CRTC is currently consulting with broadcasters, platforms, and people in the cultural industry to see how we can better support our TV and radio and help them face our current reality. This modernization will bear fruit over the next weeks and months. I will continue to work closely with my colleague on these matters. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the work has been going on for a long time. We need to see some results. We've seen a lot of reactions from the cultural sector, and these are people who are horrified to see that there's nothing for them in the economic statement. Even the Fédération Nationale des Communications, an organization the minister knows well, has said that electronic media has been completely forgotten in the economic update. The Bloc Québécois is asking for an emergency fund of $50 million to give the media a break while waiting for the minister to finish negotiating with the web giants. $50 million is nothing for the federal government, but it's a lot for our media. Ottawa is refusing to do this not for financial but political reasons. Why is the minister abandoning our information media, especially our electronic media? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we looked at the Bloc Québécois idea. We have spoken with various stakeholders in the cultural sector. But unfortunately, this $50 million fund would not fix the problem. What will be a long-term solution would be modernizing our legislation, as we've done, and improving the payroll tax credit program, which we amended in the fall economic statement, to continue helping our newsrooms. We will keep looking at all possible solutions, but what people know in the cultural sector is that the Conservatives wouldn't have done anything, and that our government has been doing things since it came to power in 2015.
The Honourable Member from Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP Liberal Coalition's economic update is out. Prices are up, rent is up, debt is up, taxes are up, and time is up for this costly coalition. Billions more in tax dollars will be spent, and Canadians will still be struggling. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Mr. Speaker, will this government adopt our common sense plan to balance the budget, or will they step aside and let a Conservative government clean up their mess?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's been actually kind of humorous to watch this week as Conservatives twist and flail like pretzels, turning themselves into things and trying to make people believe they are there for workers. Let's review what they've been doing, Mr. Speaker. Currently, they're filibustering the Sustainable Jobs Act at Natural Resources, a bill that gives workers a seat at the table in the clean economy, which represents 400,000 jobs before 2030. They're opposing landmark legislation that our government tabled to ban replacement workers, which is good for workers and enables them at the bargaining table. And not only do Conservatives have no credibility when it comes to standing up for workers and jobs, Mr. Speaker, but they have no vision for the future of our economy.
Afraid the member has fallen out of time. The Honourable Member from Yellowhead.
I think the only people that are believing these talking points are still the Liberals already. Mr. Speaker, senators appointed by this Prime Minister shut down debate on a common sense bill to axe the carbon tax for farmers. This NDP Liberal coalition is blocking important tax carve-outs on grain drying and barn heating. Their actions, driven by failed policies, directly harm Canadian producers and increase food costs. Mr. Speaker, will this government finally support hard-working farmers over their own political agenda and give back a tax break for this costly government tax break?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House has already pronounced itself on this particular bill, but I will talk about support for farmers. Why is it that the Leader of the official opposition cut $200 million while he was at the cabinet table to support farmers for business risk management? Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the official opposition is not worth the risk, and he wants to balance the budget on the backs of farmers. And on this side of the House, we will always stand up for farmers.
The Honourable Member from Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, that response will do nothing to shorten food bank lineups. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. Lineups at food banks have never been so long. People are hurting bad, and this NDP Liberal government still plans to quadruple their carbon tax on gas, groceries, and home heat. Bill C-234 will lower taxes for farmers who produce our food. This will lower the cost of groceries. It's just common sense. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister tell his appointed senators to put people first and pass Bill C-234 so Canadians can afford to eat?
Great question. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to remind the member that putting a price on pollution is what enables us to reduce emissions by the equivalent of removing from our roads 11 million vehicles. That's right. So imagine Canada right now, there's 26 million vehicles on our roads. Imagine if we added 11 million vehicles, the pollution that we would see in our cities, the level of asthma that our kids would have to go through. This is not happening because we've put a plan in place to help fight pollution, to help fight climate change, and to support Canadians in the process, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Lakeland.
After 8 years, just like they wanted, the NDP Liberal bloc's carbon tax hikes the cost of heating, cooling, and fuel, so it hikes the price of food. The PM showed it when he paused it for some, but not for 97% of Canadians. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax for all for good because we know it's not worth the cost, and so do Canadians. But will Liberal senators stop blocking the Conservative bill C-234 to cut the tax on farm fuels so farmers can afford to feed Canadians and so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think facts matter in this conversation. According to the Bank of Canada, the Governor of Bank of Canada, putting a price on pollution has contributed to inflation for 0.15%, Mr. Speaker. Not 15% like what the Conservatives are saying, 0.15%. And economists agree across the country that our pollution pricing system puts more money back into the 8 out of 10 households in Canada than it does. So if we take that away, we will take money away from Canadians, which is no surprise coming from the Conservative Party. They're simply not there for Canadians, and they're not worth the risk.
Totally. The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, it's being reported that Russia is getting made-in-Canada landmine detonators through Kyrgyzstan. This would mean that Russia is using Canadian-made detonators in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, this is outrageous. Canada used to be a leader in demining efforts, and we should be doing everything we can to help Ukraine demine. Instead, because of weak arms and sanction enforcement, Canada may actually be inadvertently arming Russia. Can the minister confirm these reports and explain why Canada is even exporting landmine detonators at all?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for her question. We will look into what she has brought to our attention and report back. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, people in Nanaimo Ladysmith are struggling to find an affordable place to call home. All the while, the Liberals delay needed help. They've even put off housing funding in the fall economic statement until 2025. But it's not shocking, since the Liberals and Conservatives have spent years putting people on the back burner so their rich friends can get richer off of housing. People need homes now, not in 2 years. So will the Liberals immediately release the promised funding to finally build affordable homes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As a result of measures introduced by this government, Mr. Speaker, 2 million people are now living in homes. Wow. Homes that have either been built, repaired, or subsidized through programs introduced, and that work continues. In fact, we saw this week, through the fall economic statement, that there are a variety of other supports being introduced. Low-interest loans for builders, taking a very close look at the work that municipalities, are doing on short-term rentals, freeing up short-term rentals to make them into long-term homes for individuals and families. We have more work to do. We're going to do it in collaboration with parties that actually want to help.
Here, here. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Canadians are struggling with the cost of housing. Unlike the Conservative leader's plan, we're making the investments necessary to get Canada building again. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? It's working. Statistics Canada has reported that investment in multi-unit home construction is up over 8%, with all provinces reporting increases. But we're not stopping there. The fall economic statement is bringing more solutions to make sure we're building homes and building them faster. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities tell Canadians what new housing measures we're putting forward through the fall economic statement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That member, Mr. Speaker, has served his country and his community since 2004, and this caucus and this chamber are better for it. He continues to advocate for measures, as does this caucus, and what is the result? In the fall economic statement, we saw, as I just mentioned, real action to deal with short-term rentals. The result will be up to 30,000 short-term rentals turned into long-term homes for Canadians. Wow. We'll work with municipalities on that. Low-interest loans for builders. All of these measures make a difference, Mr. Speaker. On the Conservative side, we see nothing. We see no tangible measures. They want to put a tax, in fact, on the construction of middle class.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Rideau Lakes, Thousand Islands.
The Prime Minister is spending billions of taxpayer dollars on foreign workers to fill jobs at a manufacturing plant in Ontario. He's not worth the cost, and his NDP Liberal government can't keep their story straight. The minister from Edmonton says it's just going to be one. This minister here said it's going to be a few. The hiring firm says it's going to be 900. The Windsor Police say it's 1,600 workers from overseas to fill this plant in southern Ontario. Will they release the contract so Canadians can find out how many workers from overseas $15 billion buys?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Speaker, instead of talking the Canadian economy down, they should celebrate that someone is investing $3.4 billion of their money, Mr. Speaker, to build a plant in Windsor. But let me say what an expert says about the Conservative, Mr. Speaker. Here's what Brennan Sweeney of the Trillium Network for Advanced Manufacturing had to say about them. I think those making this noise are hypocritical. What they're saying is erroneous and factually incorrect. They don't have the faintest knowledge of the industry, Mr. Speaker. That's what experts are saying about the Conservative. We're going to continue to fight for Canadian workers.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
I guess it's a question of who Canadians want to believe, the NDP Liberal cover-up coalition or the Windsor Police, who say it's 1,600 replacement workers coming from overseas to work at this plant in southern Ontario. $15 billion taxpayer dollars to fund workers from foreign soil. After 8 years, it's clear that this NDP Liberal Prime Minister simply isn't worth the cost. So, will the minister put his disinformation and distraction aside and finally release the contracts so Canadians can get the truth about how many replacement workers Canadians get for $15 billion? Good job.
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
But one thing that Canadians know, and I know them, they're watching this morning, they know not to believe the Conservative, Mr. Speaker, because they have seen this week what they're able to do when it comes to misinformation and disinformation, Mr. Speaker. But let me bring some facts to this story, Mr. Speaker. The company is going to invest $3.4 billion of their money to build one of the largest battery plants in Canada. The CEO is saying that they're going to have 2,500 Canadian workers at the plant and up to 2,300 workers to build the plant, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to fight for Canadian workers, fight for industry, and fight for Windsor.
The honourable member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government is spending billions on taxpayer-funded foreign replacement workers to build a battery factory in Windsor. The Liberal minister from Edmonton said there was only one foreign replacement worker. The Liberal Minister of Industry said there would be a fairly small number. Now the company itself says at least 900, and the Windsor Police said 1,600. Since these NDP Liberals can't get their story straight, will they release the contract to show Canadians how many taxpayer-funded foreign replacement workers will be replacing Canadian workers?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I will take no lesson from this Conservative, Mr. Speaker. It might be Friday morning, Mr. Speaker, but Canadians know something. They've done nothing for Windsor. They've done nothing for our auto industry. They've done nothing for our workers, Mr. Speaker. If it was not for us, Mr. Speaker, the auto industry would not be thriving, Mr. Speaker. Not only we landed a Stellantis plant in this country, Mr. Speaker, we now have Volkswagen, we now have Northvolt, we have Ford, we have GM, Mr. Speaker. While they talk down our countries, we're going to continue to fight to get investment in this place.
The honourable member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, anything to avoid answering the question, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years, can they finally be clear and transparent with Canadians? Just once. We know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, and this subsidy to a private business will cost every Canadian household $1,000. Will this NDP Liberal government release the contracts, or are they going to continue to keep the details of this deal secret from how they're subsidizing a private company's jobs and giving foreign replacement for paying for foreign replacement workers?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy that my colleague, for whom I have enormous respect, keep asking me questions, because it allows me on a Friday morning to inform Canadians, because Canadians are watching and are wondering what is going on the other side. They've seen the Conservative go this week, and they're going way down, Mr. Speaker, after voting against the free trade agreement with Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. Now they'd like Canadians to believe that when a company invests $3.4 billion of their own money, it's a subsidy, Mr. Speaker. Canadians must be watching at home and say, what's going on with the Conservative, Mr. Speaker? But on this side, they know that we'll keep fighting for them.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, aerospace workers are urging the Liberals to issue a call for tenders for the replacement of the Auroras. The Machinists Union published an open letter this morning. The union criticized Ottawa's decision to offer a $9 billion contract to Boeing without a call for tenders, which completely ignores Quebec's expertise. I quote from the open letter, "Canada is missing out on an opportunity to generate significant local benefits and is undermining a strategic wealth-creating industry. Will Ottawa finally issue a call for tenders so that Quebec can compete?" The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member. We do need to replace the Aurora fleet, but we need to replace them with what meets the operational requirements of the Canadian Armed Forces. And Mr. Speaker, no decision has been made yet. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. But, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals can't offer $9 billion to an American aerospace giant without even letting Quebec's companies compete. What's more, they can't offer $9 billion to Boeing, knowing that Boeing has in the past tried to crush Quebec's aerospace industry in 2016 with illegal punitive tariffs. The Liberals have even had to invent a Boeing clause in other competitions to avoid giving our money to companies that are trying to harm us. How can the Liberals today want to offer Boeing a contract without even tendering? That prevents Quebec from bidding. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear about this today. No decision has been made yet, but we will make our decision based on what the Canadian Armed Forces needs are. And I will repeat again in this place that no decision has been made yet. We will continue to work with stakeholders and collaborate. But, Mr. Speaker, our priority is meeting the Canadian Armed Forces needs in order to help us ensure the security and defence of our country.
Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, this week the NDP Liberal government blocked a Conservative motion to have a whistleblower testify at the Ethics Committee about the billion-dollar green slush fund scandal. After 8 years under this Prime Minister, there's been scandal after scandal. It's easy to see that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Facing an Auditor General investigation and an Ethics Commissioner investigation, the CEO and Liberal hand-picked board chair resigned in disgrace. Now they're blocking a whistleblower from testifying. What are they trying to hide?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the question from the member. In fact, Mr. Speaker, from the moment we had the allegation, I am the minister who ordered an investigation to make sure that we could get to the bottom of this, Mr. Speaker. But not only, I suspended the fund to make sure that there would be good governance before we could restore the funding of the organization. The CEO of the organization has resigned. I have accepted the resignation of the chair of the board. And, Mr. Speaker, we have appointed an independent law firm so that whistleblower can go to them, tell their story, so to make sure that we go to the bottom of this, restore governance, and restore funding to Canadian companies.
Great answer.
The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not the way it happened. Okay, it was the Conservatives that called for the investigation at committee. It was the Conservatives that got the Auditor General and the Ethics Commissioner to start an investigation. Now we want a whistleblower to come to committee and talk about who got rich, and they are being silenced by these NDP Liberal governments. So what are they hiding?
Great question. What are they? The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, give me a break. I know it's Friday morning, and here the members on Friday are going a bit like, you know, it's the time of joy, the weekend is coming. But for God's sake, to pretend that the Conservative would have done anything? Really? Canadians are watching. One thing they know, Mr. Speaker, once I receive allegation, I demanded the investigation. To pretend that the Conservative, which were sleeping on the switch, Mr. Speaker, would have done anything, Canadians know better. We'll get to the bottom of this, we'll restore governance, and we'll make sure we can fund Canadian companies.
The honourable member from Edmonton Manning.
Sleeping at the switch. The Auditor General and the Ethics Commissioner are investigating the Liberals' hand-picked CEO and chair of the billion-dollar Green Slush Fund. Right. This is a new scandal, a big scandal, and the NDP Liberal cover-up coalition is trying to hide the truth from Canadians again by blocking the testimony of a whistleblower at the Ethics Committee. Disgraceful. What is the NDP Liberal cover-up coalition is trying to hide?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy to be here this Friday to answer these questions. Mr. Speaker, it seems that the Conservative forget facts when it suits their story, Mr. Speaker. Maybe some on their bench would remember that it was a Conservative government which had already appointed the chair of the organization in a previous role, Mr. Speaker. But what matters, Mr. Speaker, is that one thing we said to Canadians, we're going to go to the bottom of this. We're going to investigate the allegation. We're going to restore governance, Mr. Speaker, and then we're going to be able to fund Canadian companies. And I think that the Conservative, Mr. Speaker, should stop making story and stick to the facts.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, Canadians benefited from the support of community organizations and not-for-profits. And now, these organizations are struggling with the income, and they're struggling with rising costs as well, and with the rising demand for services. They struggle to attract and retain volunteers and staff. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Families tell us what she is doing to improve the situation and to help these organizations? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank our very dynamic colleague, for the member for Pontiac. Through our Community Services Recovery Fund, nearly 5,500 organizations across the country have received funding. In the member for Pontiac's riding, this means that groups like La Coopérative de Solidarité and the Centre Communautaire de Wakefield-La Pêche can continue to operate a safe and sustainable community space for arts, culture, and recreation that welcomes and inspires people of all ages. It also means that organizations like the Alzheimer Outaouais Society can continue to work and support Pontiac's families who may be affected by a neurocognitive disorder. These are local groups that make a real difference.
Nose Hill. Tomorrow is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Hamas brutally raped, murdered, and kidnapped Israeli women. They desecrated their bodies. They used Palestinian women as human shields. And yet many international women's rights groups like UN Women are silent. Shame on them. These groups' refusals to denounce Hamas's violence against women is normalizing anti-Semitic violence around the world. It has to stop. Will the government join me today in harshly denouncing UN Women's silence and publicly demand on the eve of tomorrow's day that they end it?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we condemn Hamas, a terrorist organization. We condemn their actions against women and other civilians. Today, we actually got good news out of the region when the first hostages have been released under the agreement that was signed, and imminently there will be aid flowing into the region. We continue to call for the protection of Palestinian and Israeli civilians. We call on Canadian and foreign national hostages to be released, for foreign nationals to leave, and for all hostages to be released.
The honourable member from Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' least restrictive condition prison reforms have led to a skyrocketing number of dangerous offenders being transferred out of maximum security. Last year, it was a shocking 505 transfers, and one of these was the notorious serial killer Paul Bernardo. Now, the review into Bernardo's transfer cited the Liberals' least restrictive policy multiple times. The Liberals are responsible for this failure. Why are they doubling down instead of committing to fix this terrible law?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important when talking about issues as serious as a notorious killer like Mr. Bernardo that we stick to the facts and not mislead Canadians. We've seen earlier this week what happens when you're talking about a sensitive, concerning matter and you use language that doesn't respect the facts of the situation. My honourable friend knows very well, Mr. Speaker, that decisions around the classification of inmate security are properly in the hands of correctional service officials, and those officials are accountable for those decisions, and those decisions are guided by what keeps Canadians safe.
The honourable member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also on the subject of corrections, Mr. Speaker, on a recent visit to Georgeville Institution, I was informed that personnel at Corrections Canada have been trying to introduce Red Seal apprenticeship programs so that inmates can re-enter the workforce with real job training. So, after 8 years of Liberal government and the Liberals running the Corrections Service, how many federal inmates are enrolled in Red Seal programs? Which programs are they enrolled in? And how many per program? How many have graduated and from which trades? And finally, is there a plan to assist inmates to finish their respective programs upon release?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for what is a very good question. I will be very happy to get those exact details and provide them to the member. I can tell him that as a member of Parliament for Beausejour, when I visit the medium security prison, the Dorchester Penitentiary, I have met inmates and Corcan staff that work on exactly those programs, and I share his view that if we can give inmates the skills and ensure that, for example, they complete high school education, learn a trade, it'll make them much more likely to successfully reintegrate into society when they finish their sentences, and that keeps Canadians safe as well.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, climate change costs the Canadian economy and Canadians in their pocketbooks every day. So if you don't have a plan for the environment, you don't have a plan for the economy. Despite Conservatives denying climate change, our government understands the need to act now, with an economic plan that supports the middle class, creates good jobs, all while protecting the planet. So could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry please share with Canadians more about our government's work in building a clean economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, first let me start by thanking my colleague from Etobicoke Centre for the great question and for his advocacy. Canadian workers need an economic plan that will deliver good jobs that last for generations as the global economy shifts toward net zero. We've already seen over 90 clean growth projects choose Canada in the last 3 years alone, which is valued at over $40 billion. More and more companies are choosing Canada thanks to our plan and our workers. The fall economic statement lays out clear timelines for the delivery and implementation of a clean economy investment tax credit regime, all with labour requirements to ensure good jobs for Canadians.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Churchill-Kiewatnakaski.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the UN voted to create a historic global tax convention. But instead of voting with most of the world for tax fairness, Canada voted no. This government chose to stand with billionaire corporations committed to hiding their money. If the Liberals really wanted to take on corporate greed and tax evasion during a period of record profits, they should have supported this resolution. Canadians struggling with sky-high grocery prices and rent deserve an explanation. Why are Liberals opposing the world's efforts for tax fairness and choosing to stand with billionaires instead of hardworking Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member asks about tax fairness. Since 2015, this government has invested no less than $1 billion to ensure that the CRA has the resources it needs, resources that side cut, the Conservatives, when it was in office, to ensure exactly that. Tax fairness is a principle we take very seriously. I would just point to the outcome of the Panama Papers, for example, where as a result of investments that we've made, we've seen investigations on tax avoidance and tax evasion go up. Convictions are up as well. We'll continue this good work.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, access to clean drinking water is a human right. Could the Minister of Indigenous Services inform this House as to when the government will provide appropriate funding and technical resources to train and certify First Nations people to become water infrastructure operators in their home communities? Can the Minister also indicate whether Indigenous operators will be paid at a level that eliminates the wage gap with operators in non-Indigenous communities? Mr. Speaker, it's 2023. First Nations should be empowered with the skills and the jobs to provide clean water. The government clearly hasn't been able to do it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for this very important question, and it's a concern that I deeply share as well. Everyone deserves access to clean and safe drinking water. We're fully committed to lifting all remaining long-term drinking water advisories in First Nation communities. In partnership with communities, we've already lifted 143 long-term advisories since 2015. There is now clean water in more than 96% of First Nations communities, and we're committed to finishing the work of the remaining 4%. For each of these remaining advisories, there is a project team, a fully funded plan in place. We will not stop until we get the job done and make clean water a reality for every community.
That brings question period to an end. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I have the honour to present in both official languages 2 reports of the Standing Committee on National Defence. The 6th report, entitled Canadian Armed Forces Healthcare and Transition Services, and the 2nd, Public Procurement of the CP-140 Aurora Replacement. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these 2 reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture de projet de loi
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions inscrites.
Questions on the order paper. Oh, is this on presenting petitions?
To present today petition E4603, signed by 868 petitioners, that calls attention to the grave human rights abuses that are happening in Eritrea and the surveillance of by the Eritrean regime of pro-democracy Eritrean newcomers in Canada. The petition calls for an investigation into the targeting of Eritrean Canadians, asks us to deny visas to those who promote hate or violence, asks for protection for Eritrean newcomers, and to ensure that settlement agencies use impartial interpreters, and asks on the Canadian government to impose Magnitsky sanctions on Eritrean regime officials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Other petitions? Honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions to present today. The first actually is the 17th petition that I've presented on this particular topic. It is signed by Canadians across the country and are calling to the government's attention the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's most recent report, warning that rising temperatures over the next 2 decades will bring widespread devastation. And in particular in Canada, we will continue to see flooding, wildfires, and extreme temperatures. And the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has set to reduce emissions by 2030. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition here I'm starting to receive several of these from various different school communities in the Kingston area that are bringing to the government's attention the incredible need now more than ever for healthy food programs within schools. They bring to the government's attention that Canada is the only G7 country without a national school food program. They also draw to the attention that new data from Statistics Canada indicates that 1 in 4 children in Canada live in a food insecure household. And so the petitioners from the Loyola Community Learning Centre, Open Book Campus, community and residents of Kingston, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington region call upon the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development and the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food to prioritize funding for a national school food program through Budget 2024 for the implementation in schools by fall of 2024. I thank the members from the community, the Loyola Community Learning Centre, for bringing this matter to my attention so I could deliver it to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member. Other petitions? Questions on the order paper. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations 2012.
Resuming debate, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader has 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. I'm sorry, for questions and comments, of course. The honourable member from Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was about to rise on a point of privilege because I don't think anyone in this House wants to hear another 4 minutes and 27 minutes from the member. No, I trade barbs back and forth in good nature with the member from Winnipeg North all the time. I will point out to him, though, in his speech he talked about how replacement workers was a cause of the 1919 strike. Canadian Labour Congress itself on their website state it has no mention of replacement workers. Where it does state is a big cause of the strike was inflation. I'm wondering if the member could tell the House how much is the cause of the Liberal-induced inflation right now causing the need for this legislation that he's promoting.
The honourable member, parliamentary secretary, member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect if the member was to peruse the answer in exactly what I said in good part the replacement workers was a reason for the 1919 strike, especially the conclusion of it. And in regards to, there was a number of factors that led to it. And in good part, it was the employers in the sense of being exploited at a time in which there was inflation. But the member makes reference to it, trying to bring it to a comparison to today. And it is important that we put things into proper perspective in the sense that around the world, Canada's inflation rate is doing quite well in comparison. But having said that, at least we are moving now even more in the right direction. In the June of 2022 is at over 8%. Now we're getting close to that 3%. We're moving in the right direction. We'll continue to have Canadians back. But the other thing that I would emphasize based on the question that the member has asked is in regards to Canada's middle class. And Canada's middle class is something that has been supported, whether it's through this legislation or middle class tax breaks from the very beginning. People in the middle class know that this government has their back in all ways.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I am pleased to be able to ask him a question rather than hear another 4 minutes, as my colleague was joking. But I'd like to ask him about the 18 months before the entry into force of the bill after it receives royal assent. That's not a usual way of doing things. Normally, the bill comes into force as soon as it receives royal assent, in a context where we've already been waiting for a bill like this for years and years and years, and people are currently suffering because of the lack of this measure in the Canada Labour Code. I'd like my colleague to explain why this 18-month period is suggested. I don't see any justification for it.
Honorable Secrétaire parlementaire.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can appreciate the sensitivity of the question in itself and believe that once we get it into committee, there will be a more detailed, wholesome answer to that specific question. I suspect that it has a lot to do with the making of the legislation and the people that were engaged in terms of the consultations, and there might be some time-related issues, but I would encourage the member to go to the standing committee and put forward that question or even approach the minister directly.
On a le temps pour une très brève question, l'honorable député de Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, when Labor Day comes across every year, I'm part of the millions of Canadians who really think about what it means and the hard-fought labor rights and what that represents. And I'm just thinking, you know, how can this legislation further protect the sacred right to strike in this nation? Thank you.
Oui, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire a 30 secondes pour répondre.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I believe it's in recognition of the importance of the free collective bargaining system and the importance of the bargaining table, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, when you think of labor rights, ultimately, labor harmony is good for all of us, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that I would like to emphasize, because this could be my last question, is just think in terms of the social impact that labor has had here in Canada from coast to coast to coast, which has been tremendously positive.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to inform you that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Edmonton Manning. Mr. Speaker, I stand before the House today to discuss Bill C-58, a piece of legislation concerning the Canadian Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board regulations. This bill brought forth by the Minister of Labour and Seniors is a clear product of NDP Liberal Coalition's agenda. While it is important to look at the contents of this bill, it is also very much an equal importance to look at how this NDP Liberal Coalition is hurting workers that we claim they are helping. In this debate, we must be mindful of the delicate balance between protecting workers' rights and maintaining a healthy, competitive business environment. It is our duty to examine how this bill fits into a larger narrative of the current Liberal government's failed policies, which have wide-reaching effects on the Canadian workforce and the overall economic landscape. As representatives of the Canadian people, we have a responsibility to evaluate this legislation not just in isolation, but within the context of its potential impact on our nation's prosperity and the well-being of its citizens. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, we have witnessed an escalating trend in labor disputes across Canada, with a staggering total of 269 major work stoppages. This includes both lockouts and strikes just in the past 2 years. This disturbing rise in labor unrest is a direct consequence of the current Liberal government's policies over the last 8 years. The Prime Minister's inflationary policies have significantly contributed to this turmoil, leaving workers in a dangerous position, struggling just to make ends meet. The harsh reality is that Canadian workers are increasingly finding themselves backed into a corner. The cost of living has skyrocketed, eroding the purchasing power of their wages. Many feel the demanding higher wages is their only remedy to keep pace with the escalating costs. This sense of desperation is a clear indication of the government's failure in handling labor relations effectively. The policies enacted have not only failed to alleviate the pressures on Canadian workers, but have actively made their lives harder, fueling discontent and unrest in the workforce. This situation calls for urgent attention and a re-evaluation of the government's approach to their inflationary policies that make life more unaffordable. It's crucial that we address the root causes of these issues rather than merely applying temporary fixes. The government must take responsibility for the current state of labor relations in Canada and work towards sustainable solutions that truly support and uplift the working class. Mr. Speaker, in continuing to address the current state of affairs under this NDP Liberal government, it's important to highlight how these policies are intensifying the hardships faced by Canadian workers. A prime example is the carbon tax, which has resulted in a significant increase in cost across the board. This tax, far from being a simple environmental measure, has had a domino effect, affecting everything from transportation to the cost of basic needs. The burden of these increased expenses is disproportionately put on the working class, who find their paychecks stretched thinner every day. Moreover, the housing crisis under the NDP Liberal government has reached a critical point. Housing costs have not just risen, they have doubled. The situation is made worse by mortgage payments, which are now 150% higher than they were when Harper was Prime Minister. This financial strain is pushing Canadian families to the brink, with over 50% living within $200 of insolvency. The reality is that Liberals, now hand in hand with the NDP, have had long abandoned the workers they claim to represent. Their policies, rather than offering relief, have contributed to the reality where everyday Canadians struggle to afford the basic cost of living. This abandonment is not just a failure of economic policy, but a betrayal of the trust that workers place in their government to safeguard their interests and well-being. The implications of these policies are far-reaching and deeply concerning. They paint a picture of a government disconnected from the realities faced by its citizens, especially the working class. Mr. Speaker, the recent revelation concerning the Stellantis battery plant is a striking example of the current government's mismanagement and lack of transparency. It has come to light that 1,600 foreign replacement workers will be employed at the facility, a project funded by Canadian taxpayers to a tune of $15 billion. Even yesterday, we learned that up to 900 foreign replacement workers will help build the NetStar battery plant in Windsor. The fundamental question arises: why aren't these jobs created with Canadian money being offered to Canadian workers? This situation is unacceptable. It's a glaring injustice that Canadian taxpayers are financing projects that fail to prioritize their employment. The Prime Minister's office has been silent on the details of the massive corporate subsidies granted to electric vehicle battery plants. The recent revelations by the Parliamentary Budget Officer have only intensified concerns, indicating that the actual costs and implications are far more substantial than initially presented by the Prime Minister. Moreover, Canadian workers and taxpayers deserve full transparency. Is the Prime Minister planning to use taxpayer-funded foreign replacement workers at other facilities, such as Volkswagen and Northvolt plants? This lack of clarity should be especially concerning for my Quebec colleagues, who might see jobs in their region being outsourced to foreign workers, potentially at the Northvolt plant located in the Bloc leader's own riding. If the Prime Minister truly cared about Canadian workers, like the bill suggests, he would disclose the contracts signed with Stellantis, Volkswagen, and Northvolt. Canadians have a right to know the financial obligations they are under and the specific job provisions guaranteed for Canadian workers. The Prime Minister should have already ensured that Canadian tax dollars fund jobs for Canadian workers, not for employment of foreign workers. Common sense Conservatives are committed to ensuring that Canadian tax dollars are utilized justly and that the jobs they help create are indeed available for Canadians. The current situation is a stark reminder of the need for responsible governance that places Canadian interests and workers at the forefront. We will continue to demand transparency and accountability from this government, ensuring that Canadian workers are not sidelined in their own country. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-58 looks at dealing with worsening labour relations across Canada. But the real issue stems from the NDP Liberal government that has made life unaffordable for the average Canadian worker. The reality faced by Canadian workers today is one of escalating costs, reduced purchasing power, and missed employment opportunities despite significant taxpayer investments. The introduction of foreign replacement workers is a key taxpayer-funded projects like the Stellantis battery plant symbolizes this government's disconnect with the needs and rights of Canadian labour. The Conservative Party stands firmly with Canadian workers. We advocate for transparency, accountability, and above all, ensuring that Canadians are first in line for jobs created with the hard-earned tax dollars. It's time for this government to stop neglecting these vital principles. Canadian workers deserve a government that champions their cause, protects their interests, and utilizes tax funds to actually benefit Canadians. That is the commitment of the Conservative Party, and we will relentlessly pursue this goal in the interest of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre des Relations couronnes autochtones.
Yes, I'd like to thank the member for his speech, and a lot of his speech is talking about temporary foreign workers. And you know, many places across Canada, like my riding that I am in Sydney, Victoria, rely on temporary foreign workers where there's labor shortages, where there are people who are like the Victoria Co-op brings in many temporary foreign workers to work in fish plants in the northern Cape Breton area because they can't get people to travel there. You know, in Canada, we believe that diversity is strength. I'm wondering if the member opposite isn't concerned a little bit about the narrative that the Conservatives continue to be using that really focuses on foreign workers. And do you not feel that this narrative is creating unnecessary hate and division within Canadians at a time when we're trying to bring Canadians together?
L'honorable député de Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the honourable member, this is quite rich coming from a Liberal member that's saying, don't worry, foreign replacement workers are acceptable after we just spent $15 billion to build, or going to be building a plant. That's unacceptable. We have the resources here in Canada. We have the people with the skill sets that can do this. Temporary foreign workers, yes, are very vital to Canadian jobs, but yet at the same time, this shouldn't be the go-to when you're building a brand new plant that this government is bragging is going to help Canadians boost and build the economy. Shameful on them for bringing in replacement workers to build plants.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very good to see you in the seat again. I thank the member for his intervention. You know, for me, this is a really important bill, one that the NDP really fought hard for. We have been fighting for anti-scab legislation for an extremely long time. And I think about the times that I've stood on picket lines, and if you're from a rural and remote community, sometimes it takes a while to get to that picket line, because people live in very isolated places. And I remember having a conversation with one gentleman in particular who talked about the fact that, you know, they were on strike, the company took away their health benefits, and him and his spouse had adopted a couple of kids, were planning to adopt a third. They were in the process, and they couldn't because of the strike. This will fundamentally give those folks, those workers, more power in the negotiating process. I'm wondering if the member could speak about why that's important.
Honorable député.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the honourable member. We're not saying that Canadians don't have the right to strike. We're just saying that every person needs to have a right to live, though. And one of the problems with this government is they are not giving that ability to Canadians to make actually a financial benefit to themselves. With all the policies that are happening right now, the taxes continually keep rising. The carbon tax adds to the people's incomes or takes away from their incomes is the bigger problem. With the cost of food, the cost of everything going up, this is why they're bringing in this type of legislation. It's not about trying to protect workers. It's about trying to protect Canadians to live and have a quality of life. This is why this bill has got some issues with it that need to be dealt with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On a le temps pour une brève question de 45 secondes, l'honorable député de Kitchener Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question, it's odd. It seems like every single bill we talk about in this place, it's just a matter of time before a Conservative MP finds a way to bring up the carbon tax again. And so in light of that, the fact is that the rebates that Canadians receive and that workers receive, 8 out of 10, they get more back than they pay unless they are among the 20% wealthiest across the country. Is the member for Yellowhead aware of the rebates that they get back, and is he not concerned about the oil and gas companies that are gouging Canadians at the pumps every single day?
L'honorable député en 45 secondes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the honourable member. I love the fact that they believe these talking points. I'm surprised the Green member isn't a Liberal seat, because those are straight talking points that are not true. Canadians are paying a lot more for their groceries, a lot more for fuel and everything else, and they are far from getting back more than they contribute. The reason why that statistic is out there for is because they do not include all the costs. They take a lot away of things such as fuel, such as transportation, public transportation. They are not included on all the final details, and that is why they claim Canadians are getting more back, which is not true. That is a false statement by this government.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good to see you at the chair today. I wish that this bill we are discussing today, Bill C-58, was unnecessary. As someone who values the work of labor unions, a person who appreciates the historic impact that they have had in improving the rights and working conditions of Canadian workers, it is sad that we have to consider whether replacement workers should be allowed in federally regulated workplace. The use of replacement workers comes about when either a unionized workforce has gone on strike or an employer has locked out its workers. In neither case are there any real winners. So, what would bring workers or employers to such a position? Why would they feel it necessary to take such drastic measures if nobody wins in such a situation? The answer is simple. If it seems that Canada is seeing more labor strife than any other time in recent history, the reasons are simple. The policies of this Liberal government have made it difficult for Canadian workers to make ends meet. Workers expect government to look out for their own best interest. What we have is a government that apparently doesn't understand what is good for the people. We have seen record inflation. Food prices have spiraled out of control. The dream of home ownership has died for millions of Canadians. Those who are lucky enough to find a place to rent have discovered that rents also have been skyrocketed. What is the Liberal response to these economic problems? Inflationary deficits and higher taxes, government spending that seems out of control, the highest national debt in history of Canada, and no idea how to fix the mess that they have created. When the carbon tax is increasing the cost of everything for everyone, when housing costs have doubled, when mortgage costs are 150% higher than they were before this Liberal government took office, when half of Canadians say that they are $200 or less from going broke, it is no wonder workers feel abandoned by this government. The Conservative Party supports the right of workers to organize democratically, to bargain collectively, and to peacefully withdraw and withhold their services from an employer. We also believe that government should work with unions and employers in areas of federal jurisdiction to develop dispute settlement mechanisms and encourage their use to avoid or minimize disruption to services for Canadians. Bill C-58 will apply to about 1 million workers in federally regulated industries, many of which are sectors which are critical to national life. For this reason alone, it is important to study this legislation in committee, to hear the witnesses from both in favor and against this legislation, and to allow members to better understand the implications of this bill. The Liberals will, and I'm sure, tell me that such a study isn't really necessary, that they know what they are doing, and this legislation should be passed with a minimum of scrutiny. After all, the Liberals tell us that they know what is best for the country. But anyone who questions that dogma, they view as heretic. In the church that is the Liberal Party, I would indeed be a heretic. I have seen too many Liberals ministers telling Canadians that they know what is best for them when they obviously don't. The government would like us to believe that the Liberals are infallible, but all too often the truth is they haven't had a clue on what they are doing. That may be true also with this bill. I would think that unions would view C-58 as correcting a tilted playing field that has been in favor of employers. They expect that once this act is passed, the strikes and lockouts will be shorter. In the same way, I would think employers would see C-58 as favoring unions with the potential of prolonged strikes and lockouts. These are conflicting viewpoints, and whichever one you adopt may depend on your view of the current balance of power between unions and employers. Our job in this House is to find a way to craft legislation that is fair to both workers and employers, which is another reason to ensure we consider this bill carefully so that we don't have to return to the subject to fix mistakes made by a rushed process. When the minister spoke in this House just a couple of days ago, he said consideration of this bill would not be rushed. That is one of the most significant changes to federal collective bargaining that Canada has ever seen. I'm glad that he sees the need for a long and hard examination of this proposed legislation. We all want to see more deals made at the bargaining table. Strikes and lockouts are harmful to workers and to employers and to the Canadian economy as a whole. The Liberals seem to think that this bill will result in fewer labor disruptions. It will be interesting to hear what the witnesses say when C-58 is examined by committee. One of the areas that I think may be contentious allowing employers to hire replacement workers as long as they solely deal with the situation that presents or could reasonably be expected to present an imminent or serious threat. Those threats could be to the life, health, or safety of any person or the destructions of or serious damage to the employer's property or premises, or serious environmental damage affecting the employer's property or premises. Allowing replacement workers in such situations seems reasonable. The problem I foresee is one of the determining exactly what are the situations where such hiring is allowed. I would expect unions would quietly, naturally attempt to limit the use of replacement workers, while employers would try to stretch the definition as much as possible. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe employers or unions alike will be reasonable in all situations, and there will be a clear understanding of what represents a safety threat, property damage, or environmental damage. More likely, the Canada Industrial Relations Board will find itself much busier if this legislation is passed, as it tries to work out the details of the legislation in practice as opposed to theory. No one, not workers, not employers, and not the public, like labor disruptions. It is an ideal world that they wouldn't happen. Of course, in an ideal world, workers wouldn't have to worry about having to make a choice between paying the rent and paying for groceries. In an ideal world, Canadians wouldn't be wondering why their government was offering tax exemptions on one of the home heating fuel and not the others, and that contributed less to the greenhouse gas emissions. In an ideal world, food bank use would be decreasing instead increasing. Canadians wouldn't have to worry if they would afford that ever-increasing cost of food. But we don't live in an ideal world under this government. We live in a world where the Liberal carbon tax keeps going up, increasing the cost of everything. Canadian workers and employers alike are feeling squeezed by a government that has shown by its fiscal policies that it doesn't care about either of them. Union and businesses may be differing views on Bill C-58, but they do have one thing in common. They all know that it is time for this Liberal government to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Housing Minister.
The Honourable Member started out his speech by saying a bill to ban replacement workers was unnecessary. And I think that really speaks to the Conservative view on labour rights, their track record in the past under the Harper government. This is a bill that will allow workers to stand up and be able to receive powerful paychecks. They say they stand up for workers, but when it comes time to vote, why are they always on the other side of workers?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the Honourable Member for the question. I did not see it unnecessary. I said I wish it was unnecessary. That's what I said, and I hope that the Liberal side will listen better so we can have better conversation. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And one possible unintended consequence of this legislation that I haven't heard brought up yet is that it could possibly incentivize employers to make increased investment in automation and artificial intelligence and other things to replace workers. Yes, this legislation proposes to ban replacement workers in certain circumstances, but if this is incentivizing employers to invest in technology that will end jobs, how is this going to be a net benefit to workers in the end? Thank you.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member.
An excellent question by the Honourable Member, and it's a very, very good point. And that's why this bill needs to be studied well and studied at committee, so we know that we can understand, we can examine, we can make the proper scrutinies needed to make sure that this bill is perfect. But knowing what this government is always hiding under their belt is something that could be dangerous enough for them to rush it through and not allowing the proper consultation and witnesses to go through so we know exactly what this bill is all about. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I was listening to my colleague's speech, and I get the impression he was saying, okay, we will support anti-strikebreaker legislation as long as there are enough exceptions that if this legislation passes, there are all these exceptions. So usually an employer doesn't care about the consequences for employees when the employer puts them on lockout. So here's what I'd like to know. Does my colleague agree with the fact that when there is a strike, it is normal that the employer should experience some consequences and impacts? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
The Honourable Member for her question. I remind her, under the Chrétien government, there was something called partnership between employee and employers. And for the employers not to care about the employee, that will go against all the productivity and the good results for the business. So I hope that such thing doesn't ever exist in Canada. But she's a legislator, she's an MP, and I'm an MP, and every MP in this House would want to have the most perfect piece of legislation coming through, not something that we take it lightly, as important and critical as this one. I think that's why I was advocating for, in my speech, is to have enough time to study this bill carefully to make sure it's going to do the job, and that's our intention, and I think that's why we're here. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. I'm a little curious to get more information from the member. Specifically, I was reflecting on, while he was speaking, on the fact that the Conservative leader stands frequently saying that he's there with workers, and now the member is saying that he wants to see deals happening at the bargaining table. But at the same time, I'm not hearing a clear answer around what his stance is on this bill. We know that that workers need to have the capacity to be at the bargaining table when they are forced to do so, to fight for fair and respectful working conditions, and replacement workers take away that capacity for workers to fight for what is right, for them to have a dignified and respectful working environment. And so can the member please clarify, will he and his Conservative colleagues be voting in favour of this bill, or will they be doing what they've always done and not being there for workers? Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the honourable member. I do reject the notion of the question that we are all against workers. This is absolutely unacceptable. And besides that, if we're asking for better examination, if we're asking for a bill that to be carefully done, and by the way, we're not hearing yet the unions or the workers. We're hearing the NDP. If they think that they're just the only party that represents unions and workers in this place, that we're in bad shape here. So the answer is we need this bill to be studied properly and carefully, and that's what we're asking for.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor today to rise to speak to Bill C-58, a very important piece of legislation, a commitment that has been made by both Liberals and NDP in the last election, something that we have been able to work together on in order to bring forward legislation to this House so that we can provide a better environment for workers to be able to negotiate new or renegotiate existing contracts with employers. And that's what this bill seeks to do. Mr. Speaker, we know that when we have individuals that want to go on strike, they're usually doing it for a fairly important reason. They're doing it sometimes because their wages aren't reflecting the reality of what they believe they should be paid. They're doing it because they're worried about the conditions in which they're working. They're doing it because they're worried about job security and what their employer is providing for them. And we know that when they do take this decision to go on strike, which does happen from time to time, and quite frankly should happen from time to time in order to properly demonstrate that need and the requirement to change working conditions, we know that when they get to that point, it has to be taken very seriously. And so for the employer to have the opportunity to bring in scab labor, to bring in replacement workers that are there while negotiating, significantly takes away from the employer's ability to be able to negotiate in good faith. Now, just think about that for a second, Mr. Speaker. If you were on the management side of a firm and you had to negotiate, and the only thing being held against you was the ability for people to strike, but then at the same time, you had the opportunity to bring people in to replace them while you're in the process of negotiating with these striking employees, you wouldn't face the same realities that those that were on strike would. When a union decides to go on strike, the extreme hardships can be felt by the employees. They're not paid anymore, and sometimes they're given small stipends from their union, but it's nowhere near what they would be making normally, and they're taking on hardships in order to stand up for their rights. And if an employer has the opportunity to negotiate while having replacement or scab labor in place, they're going to be negotiating from a much more comfortable position in terms of their ability to continue to function. So while employees have the hardships done upon them through either a strike or a lockout, in the same vein, you have to make sure that the negotiating position is balanced, and that's by ensuring that employers have to feel the same kind of pain, for lack of better expression. They have to be faced with the same reality of, if we don't
get to a deal quickly, we can't continue to function our business. We can't continue to function the manufacturing sector or whatever sector it might be. And as a result, they have to be motivated. We know, Mr. Speaker, that the best deals are those that are made at the bargaining table. We know that when we can encourage through various different pieces of legislation that both sides sit down and work out a deal, that it will produce the best result for everybody. It can be a messy process, and we have seen that time and time again through the history of this country in terms of organized labor. It can be messy when people are striking. Just yesterday, I was driving through Quebec, and I saw a number of people protesting for a strike that was ongoing in Quebec. But this is part of the process. It's about bringing to the attention of the employer that there's a significant need that is not being addressed by the employer for the employee. And so that's why the best deals, Mr. Speaker, are those that are made at the table, by bringing the two parties together to be able to do that. And that's why this legislation, Mr. Speaker, specifically prohibits the use prohibits employers from using the following workers from doing work of from doing the work of striking or locked out employees. 1, new hires. So, for example, employees and managers hired after notice to bargain collectively is given. Or 2, contractors, regardless of when they were hired. The bill also seeks to prohibit employers from using the services of employees in a bargaining unit when that bargaining unit is in a full strike or lockout where all employees in the unit are expected to stop working. And I think that this is really important, Mr. Speaker, because it's a union's strength is in its unity, in its membership. Unions operate in a democratic fashion. They elect their leadership. Their leadership is there to represent them. And by ensuring that some that might have not voted in favor of that are still subject to the leadership that they have democratically elected is so critically important, because I can see how it might be tempting otherwise for individuals to do this. But we know that, again, at the end of the day, the best deals are those that are made at the table, not by the influences that come from using outside forms of labor in the meantime. And of course, there are some exceptions to this, Mr. Speaker. I won't get into detail, but they relate primarily to health and safety and environmental impacts on property of the employer. But this bill also does seek to ensure that unions, if they believe that an employer is violating the ban, may complain to the Canada Industrial Relations Board. The board is an independent administrative tribunal whose job is to resolve workplace disputes and certain appeals that arise under the criminal code, among other acts. The board can investigate, and if it agrees with the complaint, can order the employer to stop the violation. And it's also really important that a hefty fine comes along with this to further discourage the employer from moving towards this kind of action. And it sets out a maximum fine of $100,000 per day if the employer is prosecuted and convicted of violating the prohibition. So, Mr. Speaker, you can see that the intent of this is really to put as many measures in place to prevent these activities of employing scab or replacement workers for the purposes of, once again, ensuring that people get to the bargaining table and having those meaningful discussions at the bargaining table. Now, I know one other thing I wanted to address, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps I preempt a question from my NDP colleagues, that the NDP have been steadfast in their support of this. And the NDP have said, you know, we forced the government to do this. I don't quite look at it like that, Mr. Speaker. You know, we did run on this in page 22 of our last election platform. It may have been slightly different. We may have worked on this in a way with the NDP to make it even stronger, and that's great. And that's what this entire process is about. Our Westminster parliamentary system is based on the idea that if one party doesn't form a majority, you work with other political parties
to develop strategies and policies that you can bring forward on behalf of the Canadian people, in our case anyhow. And that's what we're seeing. So I think that the NDP should rightfully take credit for some of this. I think that they have done good work on this. I think that this government has done extremely good work on this. I think this party has been committed, the Liberal Party has been committed to this as well. So I hear that call from the NDP, but I respectfully disagree that it wasn't a force. Nobody forced anybody to do anything. This was this was one of the terms of that agreement that we came to in order to work together in a productive manner. And so to that end, Mr. Speaker, I am very glad that there is another political party, I would say that there are two, Mr. Speaker, one of which you belong to, that are adults in this room when it comes to doing meaningful things for the people that we represent. It's not always just about saying no because the objective is to be an obstructionist at any cost. The objective is genuine. In this agreement, I quite often see a genuine objective from the Bloc as well, to advance better policy, better ideas, better legislation for the people that we individually represent. Now, I will say, Mr. Speaker, as I work towards the end of my speech here, that I am very concerned, once again, about the lack of clarity on this issue from my colleagues on the other side of the House, the Conservatives. Now, they have given a couple speeches on this. They've been asked a direct question just moments ago from my NDP colleague about whether or not they will support this. They skate around it. They don't answer it. They give vague statements. They are not concrete on it. They won't even say that they will support it to get to committee, which is just an initial step. They're heckling me now, but they won't even say that they will support it just to get it to committee, where they want to do this work. We heard the member from Edmonton just say that moments ago. They want to do this work. They want to see this thorough discussion, thorough examination of this. So a lot of that happens at committee. So will they support getting it to committee? And I raise this because it's an important observation, Mr. Speaker, because we've seen this happen a couple times now with the Conservatives, especially since we got back in September, where they're very non-committal to an issue. They will barely even talk about it. When they do get up and speak about it, like a bill that we were debating yesterday, they don't mention even the issue at hand. Thankfully, they're at least talking about workers in this context. And then what do? They vote against it. Now, where did we see that recently, Mr. Speaker? With the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. They never committed in all the speeches that they gave in this House to what their position was on it. And then one by one, they stood up and voted against Ukraine and showed exactly who they were. Now listen, we didn't let them get away with that. They're not going to get away with that. The Canadian people are going to know how they voted, and the Canadian people do know. Because if you were following the news cycle yesterday, Mr. Speaker, a lot of talk about the Leader of the Opposition and his right-wing politics and where he's going, where he's taking this party, and even some of the most conservative pundits out there writing opinion pieces on what is the position of the Conservative Party, this fake notion of a price on pollution, when it clearly states in the agreement that no particular country's environmental policies can impact another country in this agreement. It says there, right there in that agreement, they look for these red herrings to be able to do this. So we did not let them get away with that, Mr. Speaker. And if the Conservatives' plan again this time is to just skate around the issue of workers, stand up and say, we support workers, we're there with workers till the end, we will always support workers, and then turn around and vote for it when it's time to vote, guess what? We're going to report that back to Canadians on every single one of them, and I'm sure my colleagues in the NDP are going to help us do that, because Canadians deserve to know where they stand. When they get up in this House and they talk about an issue, they need to be able to say, we support it or we don't support it. They cannot any longer get away with the rhetoric that we hear from across the way and the approach that they've been taking. So I am very happy, Mr. Speaker, to tell you that I will be supporting in this. I support this. I want to see this go to committee. I know that there have already been a couple issues that have been brought up, and I think in good faith, that can be discussed at committee, where committee can look into the issue to make even better legislation. But the thought or the idea that you're going to be able to just get up and stand up and talk about how
amazing conservatives have been for workers when the record does not come anywhere near to reflecting that. I don't know why they would clap for that, but anyways, the record doesn't come anywhere near to reflecting that. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that the vast majority of Canadians know that conservatives don't support workers. They support, big corporation, and that's always been their MO. It's they come from the position of trickle-down economics from the Ronald Reagan era. As long as we make things better for the most wealthy, as long as we make things better for the corporations, as long as we strip more taxes from the corporations, I swear it's going to trickle down to the workers, and they're going to be impacted by that, and they'll be so much better off as a result. Well, we know that Reagan economics failed, Mr. Speaker. We know that it has only, over the last several decades, contributed to a wider gap between the haves and the have-nots, and that's why we need meaningful legislation like we have before us today, Mr. Speaker, that will force the employer to be able to come to the bargaining table under the same conditions that the employee has come to the bargaining table. The condition of fighting for their job, fighting for job security, fighting for fair wages, fighting for fair benefits from their employer, just like we expect an employer, just like we expect an employee to do that, we need to expect the employer is going to come with the same restrictions and the same hardships associated to them if they do not negotiate in good faith. So, Mr. Speaker, I am really glad to see that this legislation has come forward. I'm really happy that we're able to work with our colleagues in the NDP to make this a reality. I'm going to cut my comments off there because I think I'll give a little more time by doing this to one of my NDP colleagues a little bit later on down the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Trade agreement. Countless Canadians, 2 million Canadians throughout this country are depending on that member and the Conservatives to stand up for them, to stand up for the democratic principles that we promote throughout the world. And she failed Ukraine. She turned her back on Ukraine. That's a decision she made earlier this week and something she has to live with.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that speech. I would like to say that the Bloc is very, very, very much in favour of this bill. We tabled 11 bills of the kind way back starting in 1986, and it was actually the Dean of the House who first tabled this type of legislation on behalf of the Bloc. So the question that was asked earlier was why this 18-month delay before this bill enters into force after receiving royal assent. And the parliamentary secretary said you could ask that question at committee. But why? Normally, legislation enters into force upon receiving royal assent. So why the delay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was unaware of the fact that it was the Dean of the House, sitting member of the Bloc Québécois, who first introduced this legislation decades ago. I didn't know that until just now. But you know what? I'm not surprised, Mr. Speaker, because the reality is, once again, we're seeing how Quebec has shown leadership in issues like this. Quebec has had anti-scab legislation in place for decades now, because Quebec continually does this to the rest of the country, and to their benefit and to their credit. You know, when it comes to environmental legislation, when it comes to getting equitable workplace, getting more women into the workplace, Quebec once again leads the path. And so I'm not surprised to hear once again that this is an initiative that Quebec's been fighting for a long time. We can learn a lot from the lessons that we've seen from Quebec on issues like this. But just very quickly, to her question about the timing, I am not exactly sure why 18 months was a requirement, but I know if we get this to committee, we can have the questions asked there and perhaps, if necessary, amend it.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député Delmoud Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for talking so much about the Liberal platform commitment on anti-scab legislation, because I think what's important to note, but I didn't hear him say, was that commitment was to legislate against scabs in the case of a lockout. So it wasn't actually about protecting the right to strike, which is fundamental to workers being able to bring home more powerful paychecks. It was about slapping employers on the wrist if they lock out. But we know that if we really want to take anti-scab legislation seriously and we want to defend the right to collective bargaining, workers themselves should be able to go out on strike to fight for better wages and enjoy that protection. So I'm very glad that the NDP was able to bring that and push the government to do that. Now, I also heard him talk about trickle-down economics. I agree with his analysis. Does that mean he'd be willing to raise the corporate tax rate by a percentage point to triple the government's investment in affordable housing initiatives and make them happen now instead of 2 years from now?
Honorable leader adjoint.
Well, I did say in my speech, I said that our proposal may have been slightly different from the NDP. And you know what? The result is better. The result is better, and I'll be the first to say that. You know, yes, we ran on something that was slightly different, and the NDP said, you know what, this is a better way to do it. And we came to an agreement, and it's going to be for the betterment of all Canadians. And that's the difference between parties that can work together versus parties that are confronted with an opposition that is completely there for the purposes of being an obstructionary in their approach. To his question about raising the taxes, I think that the member has raised this before. What I am very concerned about, and where I can certainly see eye to eye with the NDP, because I know they've raised this, is when we look at corporations that are like the retail grocery giants in particular, that we need to be doing more to control that greedflation that actually exists. I don't disagree personally that it exists. Is it as easy as saying raise by X amount on every single corporation in the country? Well, I think he would be the first to admit that there are a lot of small businesses that are corporations in this country as well. So maybe that's not the right way to do it.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du logement, de l'infrastructure et des collectivités.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when we came into this place in 2015, the honourable member probably knows about the horrific track record of the Conservative Party with the legislation they passed under the Harper government. I was wondering if he could enlighten this House on what we saw when the Conservatives were last in power.
L'honorable leader adjoint.
Mr. Speaker, I come from a riding that has a lot of public sector employees, or a lot of people who are impacted directly or indirectly from the public sector. And I can tell you that there were so many public sector employees back in 2014, 2015 in my riding that had taken extreme issue with what the Conservatives had done. They had even lost the support of the corrections guards. That's where we were. I was meeting with corrections employees and their unions to discuss what Stephen Harper had done to them. The reality is that there is no person in my opinion, with a memory to be able to remember back to the Harper years and how he treated organized labor, that could actually stand and honestly say that Stephen Harper was on the side of organized labor. It just didn't exist.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's kind of humorous when I hear the honourable member talk about workers, especially since he mentioned 2 million Canadians. He's right, 2 million Canadians are going to the food bank in one single month. But my question to the member is this. The member of the Liberal Party claims that he stands up for workers. However, recently we learned that the government plans to staff the Stellus battery plant with 1,600 taxpayer-funded foreign replacement workers rather than Canadian workers. Can the member tell me why Canadian taxpayers are spending $15 billion to create jobs that aren't even going to Canadians?
L'honorable leader adjoint a 1 minute et quelques secondes pour répondre.
When I referenced 2 million people, I was talking about the 2 million Ukrainians that live in the country who feel as though the Conservative Party turned their back on them. That's what I was talking about when I said 2 million people. But, you know, to the member's question, does she know why we have a temporary foreign worker program with South Korea? Because Stephen Harper brought it in this country back in 2014. It was Stephen Harper that actually enabled the legislation to make that happen. But notwithstanding that, her data and her information is incorrect. She's citing it as though it's fact, and it's not. The reality is, and even, you know, we've even heard the minister talk about it today, about how that is just contributing to misinformation, how he quoted various individuals that were saying that. The reality is that 2,300 Canadian jobs will be made to build the plant, and then 2,500 good-paying jobs will be there to run the plant. A foreign company coming to build a new plant in Canada, will there need to be some foreign expertise in order to show Canadians how to build that particular plant? That might be the reality. We might see some foreign workers as a result of that, but they're not perfect.
Je suis désolé d'interrompre.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt the Deputy House Leader. His time was more than up. Before resuming debate, I'd recognize the member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith, on a point of order.
On a point of order. On September 21st, 2023, during the debate at second reading on S-205, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence, recognizance, I got the word right, orders. I read a quote on the record from Martine Janson, founder of the Maison des Guerrières. Unfortunately, I mistakenly attributed the quote to Sarah Neiman, Legal Counsel and Assistant Manager, Legal Services for Native Women's Association of Canada. The quote from Sarah Neiman should have read, Bill S-205 seeks to provide violence victims something of a voice. This bill places the onus on the criminal justice system to check in with victims, consider their safety through the proceedings, and produce outcomes that consider their safety. Bill S-205 does not create a response specifically tailored to Indigenous women, but it does create a framework for them to be seen and heard in a system that otherwise does not. I deeply apologize for this error. I want the record to reflect accurately what was said and by who. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the debates and any House multimedia recordings of Thursday, September 21st, 2023 be amended by deleting the words Sarah Neiman from the Native Women's Association of Canada and substituting the following, Martine Janson, founder of the Maison des Guerrières. Thank you very much.
Que toutes celles et ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay.
D'accord.
Okay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Will all those opposed to the motion please say nay?
Adopté.
Carried.
Oui. Un deuxième appel au règlement.
On a second point of order, virtually, the honourable member for Churchill Katsawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, because I believe that
Earlier today, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of National Revenue misled the House during question period. I asked a question as to why Canada is acting as a voice for billionaires on the world stage in fighting against an international system for tax fairness at the UN that would make the wealthy pay their fair share. Instead of explaining Canada's shameful position, this member chose to mislead the House by saying that his government is taking issues of tax fairness seriously and pointed to this government's work in response to the Panama Papers, claiming that, quote, convictions are up and will continue this good work, unquote. Earlier this year, I filed an order paper question asking exactly what Canada's response was to the Panama Papers. The result, Mr. Speaker, is not a whole lot. Convictions are certainly not up, as the parliamentary secretary indicated. From the order paper question, I read, quote, Panama Papers. There have been 7 referrals to the CRA's Criminal Investigations Program, known as the CIP, related to the Panama Papers. Of the 7 referred cases, 5 proceeded to criminal investigations. Of the 5 cases that proceeded to criminal investigations, 3 were discontinued. 2 are still ongoing. End of quote. I understand that this government is very comfortable paying lip service to Canadians, but this is just straight up dishonesty. My preference would be for this government to prosecute billionaire tax cheats, including based on what's in the Panama Papers. But I guess we will just have to wait to ask the parliamentary secretary to withdraw his remarks. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Merci, l'honorable député. Je peux lui...
I'd like to thank the honourable member. The chair will review the matter and come back to the House if necessary. I now give the floor to the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, who rises on a point of order.
I believe it. If you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to time travel, Mr. Speaker, and see the clock at 1:30. Yes, thank you.
Toutes celles et ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire...
All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay.
D'accord, la Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Will all those opposed to the motion please say nay? Carried.
La Chambre abordera maintenant...
The House will now proceed to private members' business as indicated on today's order paper.
Business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-317, National Strategy on Flood and Drought Forecasting Act, standing in the name of Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Monsieur Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia moves that Bill C-317, an act to establish a national strategy respecting flood and drought forecasting, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate.
Mr. President, I believe that a key role of a legislator, especially when society is faced with a growing multiplicity of challenges, many of which require recourse to science to solve, is to act as a conduit. In essence, a conduit for bringing the science that resides in our universities and other research entities, including government departments, into the realm of actionable public policy. This is what Bill C-317 seeks to do. Before I delve into the bill, I would like to acknowledge and thank Dr. John Pomeroy, Director of the Global Water Futures Program at the University of Saskatchewan, and Dr. Alain Pietroniro, Schulich Chair in Sustainable Water Systems in a Changing Climate at the University of Calgary, both of whom have patiently provided me with a basic understanding of flood and drought forecasting to allow me to argue today, hopefully convincingly, for the creation of a national flood and drought forecasting strategy. Fresh water is one of those complex policy issues that call for urgent political and policy attention. But first, let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-317 is not about encroaching on provincial jurisdiction. It is not a Trojan horse, no more than the Canada Water Agency, which will be a platform for cooperation in better managing our water resources, will be a Trojan horse. It would be a political conceit, not to mention just plain foolish, to think the federal government can govern fresh water, a provincial resource, in a top-down, centralized fashion. That said, we need all hands on deck if we are to properly manage and protect this vital resource, which Canada has been blessed to possess in such great abundance in its rivers and lakes, in its ice coverage, and beneath our feet in groundwater. I implore members not to oppose this bill for reasons of politics or ideology. Water, especially when we speak of flooding, is a far too important nonpartisan policy issue. Bill C-317, if adopted, will help better protect communities across Canada, including in Quebec, from the devastating impacts and costs of flooding. My own riding of Lac-Saint-Louis in Quebec, as well as ridings adjacent to it and further upstream, have been impacted by costly flood events as recently as 2017 and 2019. And I have seen firsthand the damage and heartbreak that flooding can cause. Par l'entremise de
Through this bill, I'm proposing the development of a national flood and drought forecasting strategy. And here I emphasize the word national as opposed to federal. It's a crucial distinction. Water is far too vast and complex an issue for the federal government to take on and assume exclusive responsibility for. This would be true even if the Constitution by some miracle granted the federal government complete jurisdiction over water, which is obviously not the case. Centralization is simply not the way to go on this issue, a fact the federal government readily acknowledges through its words and actions. The equivalency agreement between the federal government and Quebec on the regulation of wastewater effluents is a fine example of this willingness to cooperate, even when it involves powers such as the Fisheries Act, which fall squarely under federal jurisdiction. That said, when it comes to water and other environmental issues, the acquisition of knowledge, the pursuit of research, the sharing of best practices to arrive at better solutions, these are all international issues that require cooperation across borders. There's nothing in this bill that calls into question respect for jurisdictions, including provincial jurisdiction over water. If the countries of the European Union can afford to cooperate on a common water policy, that is the European water policy, why not the various parts of Canada? The state of our water resources is increasingly linked to climate change. In fact, water is the canary in the mine. Allow me to quote one of the most respected experts on water policy, Jim Bruce.
Feels its sharp bite. Humans will first feel the effects of climate change through water. Or put another way, to quote water policy guru Bob Sanford in his book Flood Forecast, Climate Risk and Resiliency in Canada, water is a child of climate. If we follow what is happening to our water, it will tell us what is happening to our climate. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we experience climate change through water. At this time, I would like to say that while Bill C-317 deals with both drought and flood forecasting, I am concentrating in this debate on flooding. According to the United Nations, flooding is the most common natural hazard globally. Due to damage associated with floods, it has been known as the deadliest natural disaster after earthquake and tsunami. To quote Zamat Kesh et al. From an article entitled An Overview of River Flood Forecasting Procedures in Canadian Watersheds, published in the Canadian Water Resources Journal, in Canada, floods are known as the most common, widely distributed, and most costly natural disasters which threaten lives, properties, the economy, infrastructure, and the environment. Needless to say, flood disasters hurt the economy. According to the Library of Parliament, an Insurance Bureau of Canada paper states that large natural disasters have a negative impact on economic conditions. A typical disaster lowers economic growth by about 1 percentage point and GDP by about 2%. But the damage from flooding is not only physical, it is emotional and psychological as well. To quote the report of the 1998 Symposium on the Saguenay flood, some authors have observed an increase in depressive and somatic symptoms and emotional distress and anxiety pursuant to flood disasters. Some flood victims have even exhibited psychological disorders 14 years after the event, including phobias, panic disorders, and agoraphobia. I've seen the damage, Mr. Speaker. I've toured flooded areas of my riding with Jim Bass, Mayor of the Montreal City Borough of Pierrefonds-Roxborough, who has been tackling local flood risk head-on for years through robust annual springtime flood preparations. He has worked tirelessly to buttress the community's resilience to flood, often not waiting on the city administration downtown to act to protect his constituents, many of whom are also my constituents. Allow me to give a brief overview of major flooding events in recent Canadian history. In 1996, according to the report from the 1998 Symposium on the Saguenay flood, more than 16,000 were evacuated and 7,000 families witnessed damage to their homes and neighborhoods in the flood. 20% of the disaster victims suffered post-traumatic stress, and the flood generated psychological after-effects that were measurable 3 months later. Ces inondations auraient, semble-t-il, conscientisé le premier.
This situation, as Lucien Bouchard said at the time, this situation has to do with the reality of climate change and the destructive effects of it.
In 2017, the Ottawa-Montreal region experienced extreme flooding, and then again in 2019. According to the Insurance Bureau of Canada, the 2019 spring flood in Quebec caused $127 million in insured damages. Which brings me, Mr. Speaker, to 2013 in Alberta, where, to again quote Bob Sanford in his book Flood Forecast, Climate Risk and Resiliency in Canada, 3 storm cells combined and then lingered for 3 days in the same region and unleashed 250 and 270 millimeters of rain in the upper regions, producing some 9 million cubic meters of rainfall, suddenly turning mountain creeks into raging torrents. The spring snowmelt was late that year, and the snowpack was above normal for late June, something that was not recognized in the province's flood prediction system or model. The province's flood prediction system utterly failed, and flood warnings were not issued in many places until after evacuation orders were issued. However, the inadequacy and failure of Alberta Environment's flood forecasting system should not be attributed to the skill or knowledge of individual, of individual forecasters, but to systemic problems related to staffing cuts, reliance on outdated forecasting tools, and inadequate field monitoring. The flood caused $5 billion in damages. In British Columbia, in 2021, parts of the southern region of the province recorded between estimated 1 in 50 and 1 in 100-year rainfall events triggered by an atmospheric river, delivering about 1 month's precipitation in a matter of hours. The total cost of the flood damages totaled $9 billion. Needless to say, damages from flooding are expected to grow exponentially with climate change. According to a report by GHD, consultants entitled Aquanomics, the Economics of Water Risk and Future Resiliency, droughts and floods and storms could wipe US $5.6 trillion from the GDP of key economies, with some more affected than others. In Canada, droughts, floods, and storms could result in a total loss of $108 billion to Canadian GDP between 2022 and 2050, an average of 0.2% of GDP per annum. Output losses in Canada in manufacturing and distribution alone between 2022 and 2050 could reach a total of $50 billion. One can only imagine, 5 minutes? One can only imagine the impact of increasing and widening flooding events on inflation. Mr. Speaker, flood forecasting is a complex endeavor with 2 key components: meteorological forecasts and hydrological modeling to translate weather forecasts into stream flow and water level predictions. Accurate flood forecasts also require knowledge of watershed characteristics which influence water flows. It is easy to see that accurate flood forecasting relies on large quantities of data from multiple sources and the ability to create models that are both broad and granular into which to feed data. As flood forecasts cover wider and wider areas and take account of more and more factors in an uncertain climate context, greater and greater processing power is required to crunch the data and produce a range of probabilistic scenarios. This means an increasing reliance on supercomputers. Now, Canada is the only G7 country and perhaps the only developed country without a national flood forecasting system. Flood forecasting in Canada is largely considered a provincial responsibility carried out by many of the 13 provincial and territorial governments and various municipalities across the country and some 99 Ontario conservation authorities. There are disadvantages with this approach. Those are, for example, that there are challenges with the main one is the lack of integration with weather forecasts, as well as inconsistent forecasting capacity across provinces. This fragmented approach can lead to the slow adoption of new technology and advanced methods, and an absence of technical coordination with agencies like the Meteorological Service of Canada. Most jurisdictions in Canada have no modern flood forecasting modeling capability. Even the most sophisticated systems use dated software and are limited to major river forecasting. Fragmentation can also be problematic in dealing with transboundary basins when individual systems in each province and territory and between provinces, territories, and the U.S. And between provinces and the U.S. really are not necessarily compatible. Several provinces and territories are still struggling with their forecasting needs because of limited human resources or skills. There are some advantages, however, in the Canadian decentralized system. It allows provinces to be laboratories to test unique and innovative approaches that, once demonstrated to be successful, can be adopted by other provinces. The benefit of this fragmented approach in flood forecasting is that it allows for developing bespoke flood forecasting systems that are specifically tailored to work at regional scales and to tackle unique local hydrological challenges. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have much more to say on the technical level about what this bill is trying to accomplish, and I expect to be able to touch on those technical aspects in future speeches, hopefully in this House, but also if this bill gets to committee, in committee. But I would like to end by saying that the benefit of a national forecasting system is that its models are of higher quality, producing more accurate large-scale forecasts with longer timelines than is possible with local forecast models only. The ability to connect national models with local forecasting efforts is crucial for accurate flood forecasting, but also for long-term capacity building. National modelers gain experience on a regular basis from floods in different parts of the country. A national modeler could very well predict a flood almost every year. Local modelers, on the other hand, might not predict a flood in their whole career. Working with national modelers facilitates knowledge transfer that strengthens the overall system. Mr. Speaker, this is what this bill is trying to accomplish. It's just trying to accomplish a formal structure of collaboration among the stakeholders in this area, the scientists and the forecasters, which is something I believe they all want. At the moment, they do meet informally to share best practices, but there is a need for a more permanent structure that can bring them together to better predict floods for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. Questions? We have time for questions and comments. The honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Lac St. Louis for his speech. I know he's a real champion for all things water in this House and in this country. And I'd like to thank him also for mentioning my old friend Bob Sanford, who I worked with in the Rockies back in the early 70s and has gone on to be a real global spokesman for water issues on behalf of Canada. And the bill before us, it's hard not to agree with, because the issues are so dire and the need is so great. But it makes me wonder why his government hasn't been doing this over the last 8 years. But I want to ask him about what we really need for flood protection in Canada, on top of the prediction, is to have communities ready for floods. It's one thing to say a flood is coming in the next 2 days, but it's another thing to have that community ready. And we need dedicated federal funding to help communities reshape their defenses for floods ahead of time. And we don't have that.
The honourable member from Lac St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I'm sure Bob will be very pleased to hear the honourable member mention his long-standing friendship with him. The federal government has been investing in climate adaptation infrastructure. One can always invest more. And it has recently tabled or released its climate adaptation strategy, which is a framework, and I'd be in favor of as much funding as possible to strengthen the resiliency of communities. In regards to why hasn't the government been doing this already, in defense of Environment and Climate Change Canada, they are working on the issue. I feel personally that they are not going far enough, and this is why I introduced the bill, to push the issue forward a little more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Lac Saint-Louis. He cares deeply about water, fresh water, and the environment generally. He's very engaged. In his speech, he spoke clearly about the links between the environment and health. He spoke about how they're closely related. He also spoke about the economic cost of floods and droughts, and that these could create economic costs and health problems. It all adds up. However, with regard to Bill 317, we already have Canada's drought monitoring tool. We also have meteorological services from Environment Canada. Do we really need more legislation? The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is right. We already have pieces in place. We know that the building of the meteorological center is right off the 40 near Boulevard des Sources. So yes, we do have tools, but we need more so that these programs can actually help the country more. That's the goal of a bill here. To bring all this together and increase the effectiveness of the elements that are already there.
A brief question and comment from the honourable member from Brandon Souris.
I want to thank my honourable member for raising this issue as well. I too know Bob Sanford, and he, when I was the shadow cabinet member in Manitoba for either conservation, environment, or rural development at different times, I might add, we spoke with him quite often in regards to the issues of Manitoba being the basin of all the water in Western Canada coming into Lake Winnipeg and on out to Hudson's Bay. And so I wonder if he could provide a little bit more, and I've read some of Mr. Sanford's books, but I wonder if if my colleague could provide us just with his thoughts on how a national strategy would be formed and what type of a makeup it would have.
A very popular man, this, Mr. Sanford. The honourable member from Lac St. Louis.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, he is, and he's a wonderful, wonderful fellow. The point of the bill is to really require a strategy, because as the member knows, private members' bills cannot require the spending of money. So the idea of a strategy is to create a plan, a model for how we can move forward with flood forecasting. And I believe that the model should be based on the National Hydrological Service as opposed to the Canadian Meteorological Service, because the Canadian Meteorological Service is a top-down, centralized service that does wonderful work. But the National Hydrological Service is sort of it's a cost-shared program with the provinces, and there's a lot of back and forth and cooperation between the federal government and the provinces and territories. And that is the kind of model that we need here. Not something that's top-down, but something that is interactive with the folks that are closest to where the action is taking place.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member from Regina, Wisconsin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to Bill C-317, an act to establish a national strategy respecting flood and drought forecasting. And I'd like to thank my colleague, the honourable member for Lac St. Louis, for introducing this bill. And I have to say that I enjoy working with him on the House of Commons Standing Committee for Environment and Sustainable Development. This bill covers some very interesting topics, including advanced flood and drought forecasting models, sophisticated integration of spatially detailed hydrological management models and water resource management models, supercomputers with inputs from multiple meteorological forecast models, and on-site observations of rainfall, soil moisture, snowpacks, glaciers, lake levels, and ice jams and stream flows. So there's certainly a lot of state-of-the-art technologies and subjects to consider in Bill C-317. Typically, when I debate a bill in Parliament, I often put the bill into one of two categories: good bills that I encourage all MPs to support, and bad bills that I encourage all MPs to oppose. After reading Bill C-317, it seems that this bill falls somewhere between those two extremes. Therefore, I think it would be prudent to support this bill at second reading so that it can be further studied at committee. Mr. Speaker, floods have been around since the beginning of time, and property damage caused by flooding has been around for almost as long. Whenever a major flood occurs, once all of the people have been safely evacuated, and once the flood waters recede, the discussion soon turns to the cost of the flood in terms of property damage. Inevitably, the question is asked, who will pay for the damaged or destroyed property? Unfortunately, far too often, it is different levels of government that have to step in to provide financial assistance. In fact, the federal government's Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement Program has spent approximately $8 billion in compensation since the program was established in the 1970s. Furthermore, the frequency and the amounts of future payouts are expected to increase as more and more properties of ever-increasing values continue to be built on lakefronts and riverfronts. While I have no doubt that the federal government's Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement Program was set up with good intentions, one has to remember that all of the costs of the program are inevitably passed on to taxpayers. I've often wondered, why is it that different levels of government have to incur these costs? Why isn't this something that is best left to private sector insurance companies? In fact, I was so curious that I sat down and had this very conversation with representatives from the Insurance Brokers Association of Saskatchewan. It turns out that insurance markets function very well when there is a high level of predictability in which the insurance companies and their policyholders can operate. If insurance companies and their actuaries can predict with a reasonable level of accuracy that in any given year, so many houses will be destroyed by lightning strikes, and so many more will be destroyed by fires, and so many more will be destroyed by some other type of disaster, then insurance companies can develop their policies and set their premiums accordingly. Unfortunately, it seems that insurance companies have considerably more difficulty in predicting flooding than they do in predicting other types of disasters, such as fires or lightning strikes. As a result, they simply do not offer flood insurance to many Canadian homeowners. And when those homes get damaged or destroyed by floods, government programs, such as the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement Program, get activated, and it is taxpayers who are ultimately left paying the bill. Clearly, there is room for improvement. There has to be a better way to structure the federal government's policy than to have the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement Program, as well as similar provincial programs, simply dole out billions of dollars to uninsured property owners whenever there is a flood. In fact, these sentiments were echoed in the final report of the Expert Advisory Panel on the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement, which was presented to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness in November of last year. One line in particular from the report's executive summary describes the path forward very succinctly. Quote, "The panel recommends the Government of Canada develop tools, information, and capabilities to support risk-informed decision-making by all levels of government, Indigenous communities, the private and not-for-profit sectors, academia, and the public at large," unquote. Mr. Speaker, I feel that the term risk-informed decision-making is very appropriate. If you have a floodplain right beside a river that is likely to overflow, it makes sense that builders be informed of this risk before they build. It makes sense that municipal and provincial governments be informed of this risk before they grant the building permits. And it makes sense that potential home buyers be informed of this risk and the associated insurance premiums before they buy. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the way forward lies in Bill C-317. If the federal government could step in and play a useful role in providing standardized, accurate flood mapping and flood forecasting information in order to facilitate an orderly marketplace for flood insurance for property owners, this would be a beneficial role for the federal government to play. If this flood information were accurate and reliable and stored in a database that were easily accessible to the public and easily accessible to insurance companies, then a significant element of uncertainty in the marketplace could be reduced. Many private sector insurance companies would then be more willing to offer insurance policies to Canadian homeowners. And when a flood inevitably happens at some point in the future, property owners would no longer fill out government forms to receive compensation. They would simply fill out an insurance claim with the private sector insurance company that sold them their policy. This approach would represent a major cost savings for the federal government and for taxpayers. If one considers the cost of establishing and maintaining a standard database for flood mapping and flood forecasting, I think it is very reasonable to believe that this cost would be tiny compared to the billions of dollars of payouts that the federal government has made and will continue to make through the present Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement Program. Mr. Speaker, for the vast majority of Canadians, the most valuable asset they will ever own is their home. So it makes sense that as many Canadian homeowners as possible should have an insurance policy on their home that includes losses from flooding. With a properly functioning insurance market, perhaps over time, the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement Program could be wound down, and taxpayers would no longer be on the hook whenever there is a flood. In conclusion, sometimes the invisible hand of the market needs the helping hand of government. The need for accurate flood mapping and flood forecasting in the marketplace for flood insurance may be one of those times. Again, I would like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis, for introducing this bill, and I look forward to studying this bill in more detail at the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to thank my colleague for Lac St. Louis for having tabled this bill. I'd also like to thank him for how much he cares about the environment and for his great patience as chair of our House of Commons Environment Committee. Now, as you know, Quebec has experienced many floods over the last few decades, and there are more and more socioeconomic costs and health costs as well. Yes, people are traumatized and may experience mental illness after experiencing these traumas. Floods and droughts are natural phenomena that are amplified by climate change, and adapting to this means that the powers that be must use science to guide public policy. Governments need to make sure that information on meteorological events, including drought and flooding, be made available to the public and all stakeholders, and that's already done to a great extent. And because of that, we need to be sure that there is a way in which this creation of a national strategy respecting flood and drought forecasting would improve what's already there. However, the Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of the bill because, of course, you can't disagree with motherhood and apple pie. We know that the Liberals and NDP love to create national strategies, so many strategies. Although very often this leads to laws and policies or committees which don't have a real concrete effect. They may just lead to a little more additional bureaucracy. And it gives the people who created them the sense that the sense that they have done their duty. And I would just like to seize this occasion to remind us all that Canada is not a nation state whose population belongs to one sole people. As I've said before, there isn't just one Canadian nation. Canada is a multinational state, which includes the Canadian majority, the Quebec Nation, and Indigenous nations. So the use constantly of these expressions, national policy, national strategy, well, this use is fallacious. We know that a country like Canada can both place diversity at the center of its values and yet at the same time barely consider the diversity of nations which composes it. But that said, our main concern about this bill is about its very reason for existing. So though I have a lot of respect for the sponsor of the bill, we are wondering whether the provisions of the bill would actually have any beneficial effect on public policy and the capacity of governments to plan and implement adaptation to the impacts of climate change, because that's what this is about. These phenomena are accelerating, increasing, and all because of the climate crisis. So coming back to that word, strategy. Often when you hear the word strategy, you think of military strategy, but if you look at the definition of the word strategy, it says that a strategy is the art of creating a coordinated action plan or set of actions. And that's interesting because the Government of Canada already has a method for monitoring drought. I mentioned that earlier when I was asking my question to the member for Lac Saint Louis. So this tool for drought monitoring uses a large number of federal, provincial, and regional data to establish a unique drought rating based on a 5-category classification system. And this rating is communicated monthly to indicate the extent and intensity of drought in Canada. Therefore, Canada's government already has operational tools like this one. So why exactly do we need Bill C-317? Now, the preamble of the bill does say that current flood and drought forecasting in Canada is conducted by the provinces without coordination between them and with limited federal technical support. So yes, limited federal technical support. With that in mind, it would be advisable to analyze government action having to do with prevention of these and the predictability of these climate phenomena. It's very important to analyze what's already been done in this regard by the provinces, because it's very important to do that, especially given that the preamble says that there is limited federal technical support. And so let's look at what's being done in Quebec, where there is a flooding action plan based on 4 major pillars. The first one having to do with mapping to ensure that floodplains are appropriately mapped as well as catchment areas, and in order to better analyze the risks of flooding in Quebec. The second pillar, response, ensuring that rules for infrastructure in floodplains are applied in a uniform manner. And then the third pillar, planning, to plan various infrastructure efforts throughout catchments and to support measures for resilience and adaptation for floods. And finally, the fourth pillar, understanding and communication, in order to increase the accuracy of flood prediction, support planning, acquire more knowledge on best practices, favor expertise, increase public engagement, and better raise awareness about the situation among the public. This is an excellent and very exhaustive plan, which we're very proud of. There is also an application called Vigilance. I think that's an excellent choice of title for the application. It enables Quebecers to better prepare to face flooding. It informs them of rises in water level depending on the region. This application is used to enable municipal and government stakeholders to optimize their emergency action.
Generally speaking, we can say that the government of Quebec has the necessary expertise to protect its land and its people from flooding. Moreover, Quebec has its own water strategy. This strategy is the result of a significant government review that took into account all past experience. The Quebec water strategy will be implemented through 3 successive action plans. All of the measures in the first action plan, which covered the period from 2018 to 2023, represent investments of over $550 million. Quebec's strategy is going very well without federal government intervention. Federal government participation is not necessary to protect Quebec's environment or manage its natural resources. That said, though, it is true that Environment Canada, through its weather service, already makes official weather information and warnings available to people, organizations, businesses, provinces, and territories. That is really the most promising process for finding out whether or not federal support is required, and if it is required, then to put it in place. So what the study of the bill should attempt to assess, in our view, is the need for coordination and technical support from the federal government. Furthermore, if we assess what is currently happening, what is the potential for improving the detection and dissemination processes? Are the technologies up to date, for instance? In short, these elements could be observed without necessarily having to resort to this legislative mechanism. In our view, it's fundamental to carry out this study and ask ourselves these questions ahead of time. But I will conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that we will vote in favor of the bill from my colleague, the member for Saint Louis. If the needs are real, if we find out that they're real, then we have no reason to object to the federal government providing better quality weather information that is easier for public authorities to use. And if this contributes to the process and to decision-making when it comes to planning preventive action against extreme weather events, then all the better. And that's why we will be voting in favor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Okanagan South, Kootenay West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today we're speaking to Bill C-317, a private member's bill from the member from Lac-Saint-Louis. And this bill asks that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, in consultation with the provinces, Indigenous governments, and municipal governments, develop a national strategy for flood and drought forecasting. Strategy must assess the need for using new technologies in forecasting, the need for modeling to identify risk areas, the establishment of a national cooperative forecasting system, and the preparation of a proposal for the establishment of a national hydrological forecasting service. So, Mr. Speaker, it's really hard to disagree with the premise of this bill. Floods and droughts are becoming more frequent and intense, causing billions of dollars in damages to infrastructure while destroying homes, crops, and livelihoods. Home insurance premiums are steadily rising, and in many cases, homeowners can't get flood insurance at all. Over 10% of Canadians can't get flood insurance for their homes. In my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, floods have devastated communities and rural areas. In 2018, the town of Grand Forks was inundated by the Kettle and Granby rivers. 5 years later, the community is still struggling to deal with the fallout of that event. Families lost homes, businesses were forced to close, whole neighborhoods have disappeared. In 2021, an atmospheric river event caused catastrophic damage to the communities of Princeton and Merritt, just west of my riding, and caused over $5 billion in reconstruction bills. Those communities are still trying to recover. This year has been literally off the charts for extreme weather around the world. Air temperature records were set on every continent. Ocean temperatures were so high, scientists could scarcely believe the data they were seeing. Ice sheets and glaciers disappearing before our eyes. Catastrophic wildfires raged across Canada, Europe, and around the world. Precipitation patterns have been thrown out the window. Intense rainfall events brought flash floods to major cities around the world. I just came back from Ghana and Cameroon in West Africa, and everyone there was saying the dry season has failed to materialize, the rain just won't stop. We're living the effects of climate change, and we must adapt to the consequences of our addiction to fossil fuels. Because even if we stopped all our carbon emissions tomorrow, the floods, droughts, and fires we're experiencing now will keep happening for centuries to come. It won't get better, and we can only hope we will act quickly enough to make sure it doesn't get significantly worse. So it's obvious that we would benefit from better forecasting of extreme weather events, and that is, of course, what this bill seeks to do. Now, in Canada, operational flood forecasting is a provincial responsibility. But the rising threats, the rising costs, and the rising call for better forecasting that is more coordinated across provincial boundaries. Because the data that goes into flood forecasting modeling, and drought forecasting for that matter, must come from multiple jurisdictions. In my riding, floods mainly result when deep snowpacks are met with sudden heat waves or intense rain on snow events, or both. And as the rivers rise, we anxiously watch the river gauge levels. While the rivers in my riding don't cross provincial boundaries, they do cross the U.S. border, sometimes multiple times. So when the Kettle River is rising, we watch the gauge at Westbridge, operated by the BC government, then the gauge at Ferry County in Washington, operated by the U.S. government, and then another gauge operated by the United States at Laurier. A similar thing happens in the Okanagan Valley. During spring freshet, the flow of the Okanagan River is usually highly regulated by a series of small dams on each of the lakes. But at that time, the Similkameen River is 10 times larger than the Okanagan, flowing out of the North Cascades at Princeton, crossing the border and joining the Okanagan River at Oroville, Washington. The massive spring flow of the Similkameen literally swamps the Okanagan River, and even though the Okanagan is regulated by a dam operated by the International Joint Commission in Oroville, that dam is overtopped by the Similkameen flow, and water moves upstream into Osoyoos Lake. And that's how Osoyoos Lake floods. Water coming upstream from Washington State and blocking the outflow of the Okanagan River. These are a couple examples of why flood forecasting and operational decisions resulting from that forecasting need to be coordinated across all levels of government, even international levels. The Red River in Manitoba is another famous example of that. And I mentioned earlier that snowpack monitoring is a critical part of flood forecasting in Canada, particularly in British Columbia, where mountain snowpacks linger well into the warm spring and summer months. And the snowpacks in the BC mountains are the deepest in the world. In British Columbia, most snowpack measurement stations are operated by the provincial government, but some are run by agencies managing large hydro dams such as BC Hydro, companies like Rio Tinto, and Metro Vancouver. So again, coordination is important. And another reason that coordination is critical is that forecasting and quantifying future precipitation events is notoriously difficult and requires modeling with very large computers. Canada's federal system has resulted in flood forecasting systems managed separately by every province and territory, as well as some municipalities and conservation authorities. Coordination is minimal. Data collection often doesn't mesh between jurisdictions, and early warning systems vary as well. This means that the ability to forecast flooding varies considerably from province to province and from watershed to watershed. So the strategy called for in this bill could be helpful, but it's also important to point out that we're moving in that direction already. The Flood Hazard Identification and Mapping Program run by Natural Resources Canada is providing valuable information for all levels of government, outlining exactly what areas are threatened by rising waters. Now, droughts are somewhat a different problem, operating on a longer time scale than floods, but they're still devastating to Canadians, especially Canadian farmers in dry landscapes who rely on water for their crops. And the Okanagan Valley is one of the best examples of that. As dry summers come earlier and last longer, the demands for irrigation water grow, and those demands begin to come up against the increasing demands for domestic water needs. The Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada Research Centre in Summerland has scientists dedicated to developing better projections for future drought conditions. And droughts are also impacting water flows in the Columbia River system. Those flows are controlled by the Columbia River Treaty, and under the present treaty, Canada is obliged to provide water to the United States for power production. Recent summers have seen Canadian reservoirs drawn down so much that local residents have difficulty accessing recreational opportunities, while American boaters enjoy full pools above their dams. Water temperatures in the Columbia River are often now lethal to salmon migrating upriver to the Okanagan River in late summer, negating much of the positive impacts that salmon restoration programs have made. Again, this calls for international cooperation, and in this case, a renegotiated Columbia River Treaty that recognizes the impacts of climate change on the availability and quality of our precious water resources. But while flood and drought forecasting is critical, we shouldn't forget another aspect of extreme weather brought to us by changing climate, and that is catastrophic wildfire. Thompson Rivers University in Kamloops is setting up an Institute for Wildfire Science, Adaptation, and Resiliency. There, Dr. Mike Flanagan is perfecting predictive modeling that can tell us where wildfires are going to occur in the coming weeks. This would allow wildfire crews to begin to deploy to regions in anticipation of significant fire behavior. That way we can be on the ground fighting fires when they are small before they turn into monsters that destroy millions of hectares of forests and are only extinguished by winter snows. So we need a national wildfire forecasting service as well as a national wildfire fighting service that can respond promptly to the predictions produced by that forecasting. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said at the beginning, it's hard to disagree with the premise of this bill. I can only say that the need for better predictive powers to forecast floods, droughts, and fires is so patently obvious that I would have thought the government shouldn't have to wait for a Liberal MP to bring forward a private member's bill to debate in this place to force the government to do that. The bill gives the government 2 years to develop a strategy for the preparation of a proposal for the establishment of a hydrological forecasting service. And I know the federal system is messy at times, and some provinces might object to federal efforts to build a better forecasting service, but these efforts should have begun years ago. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, I recognize the parliamentary secretary, but the parliamentary secretary must be in his spot.
Donc, je reconnais ici l'honorable secrétaire.
I now give the floor to the honorable parliamentary secretary, who will have 10 minutes.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
J'aimerais aussi remercier.
I would also like to thank my colleague and friend, the member for Lac-Saint-Louis. I thank him for this very important bill.
This bill is a very important bill. It's a bill that will help Canada and our country to protect those who are facing severe floods. It will help us to have a national strategy to address floods and also drought forecasting. This, as we know, is the way of the future. Climate change is real. It is something that impacts us throughout the country. We saw terrible forest fires in BC. We saw flooding in my own riding of Purefond-Dollard. We saw in Nova Scotia, July of this year, also terrible floods due to precipitation. And as a member from Lac-Saint Louis said, that this strategy will help us to forecast and to see what is happening before it hits us. And myself, I've taken considerable time to visit the flooding areas of Purefond-Dollard. I've toured the flood zones with the former Île-Bézard mayor, who also I call a friend, somebody who works extremely diligent for his community, former Mayor Cote, Stéphane Cote. And he made sure that I was able to see firsthand the infrastructure that he was putting in place, because people in 2017 and 2019 were extremely stressed and also lost their property, their homes, They lost their life savings. They had to deal with trauma as a result of losing their life savings. I met residents whose households were suffering from the effects of flooding for years after. The echo effects, which included, due to loss of their entire property, depression within their households, stress upon their family, that was extremely difficult for them to bear. And so when we talk about legislation to support and to address, to create a national strategy around flooding and drought forecasting, this is much more than protecting property, protecting people's homes. It also has mental health impacts for our society and community. The honourable member from Lac St. Louis has done extremely important work through the committee which he chairs, the Committee of Environment and Sustainability. And through this committee, he's brought forth issues relating to water and the environment. And that's why I'm so happy to see him bring this legislation here today to the floor. Legislation that I hope this entire House will support together. And we heard earlier on, members, on a entendu des membres d'autres.
And we heard members of other parties.
Ils ont dit que
what they told us is that the government of Quebec does not need the federal government's support.
That isn't the case. Take, for example, the new protected space in Anticosti. This space has just been designated as a UNESCO heritage site. That means that Anticosti is protected. This is in contrast to respectfully to the leader of the Bloc, in contrast and in contradiction to what the leader of the Bloc has said recently, which is that this space in Anticosti should instead be a site for drilling oil. This site itself is in the middle of the Gulf of the St. Lawrence. Donc, us in the federal government, in the Liberal Party, we are seeking to protect land, seeking to protect against flooding, seeking to protect heritage sites. Going back to my riding and to the area of West Island and to the Montreal area, the federal government has invested millions of dollars in order to prevent flood and to protect the environment. We invested within the area of Pierrefonds $50 million, and this is to bring improvements to a park, an area that is called the Grand Parc de l'Ouest. This is to bring improvements and protect that land. The human impacts of flooding are real. I've seen families that have been impacted. I've visited the sites both within Pierrefonds and within Île-Bizarre. I've seen people on the Ile de Mercier, which is a small island within Île-Bizarre, beautiful space, but those homes there are also subject to flooding, potential flooding, each and every year. I've seen the anxiety as the spring waters come on in, when residents are looking each and every day at the water levels as they rise. The forecasting that this bill will bring will help alleviate that anxiety. It'll help us to plan better, to avoid the loss of property and stress upon individuals. The real-time data that this legislation will provide will help Canada face climate changes into the future. It'll ensure that we are equipped and better able to adapt to the changing environment and changes that we fully expect to see. Our government is committed to helping Canadians better adapt to extreme weather environments. This includes floods and droughts. Our government is also already implementing key activities in relation to floods and drought forecasting. Take, for example, the Environment and Climate Change Canada's Meteorological Service, the National Hydrological Service Acts, and the national authority responsible for collection and interpretation and dissemination of standardized water resource data and information in Canada. These administer national hydrometric programs by which, through collaboration and cost sharing with provinces and territories, we can help people. The National Hydrological Service operates 2,256 of the 2,922 water monitoring stations across the country. It also consolidates water quality data. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, I want to express my clear support for the bill of my friend and colleague, my neighboring colleague, Member of Parliament from Lac St. Louis. I learned so much from him in this work. He has preceded me by many years, but I see how he serves his community diligently, and I take the example that he offers. And when it comes to protecting the environment and water, I know that he is sincere in his work, and he is bringing forth legislation that will help benefit not only the residents of his riding and within those who are being flooded throughout Quebec and other parts of the country, but he is bringing something that will uplift our entire world by extension. Donc, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Si, j'espère que tout le monde dans notre chambre.
I hope that everyone in this House will support this bill. Thank you.
La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires émanant.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. It is now 2:22. The House stands adjourned until Monday at 11 a.m.
Well, the House session has closed for the weekend. If you haven't already, like and subscribe, and I will be playing some 2015 Parliament videos later. Thank you, and we'll see you then.